Chapter 858. The consequences of this sudden attack were too serious. The whole continent was paying attention to it, and the people of Fenghai needed an explanation. However, the government didn't make any announcement about this. The only explanation they gave was that they were still investigating. Now, all the higher-ups knew that this attack was either done by the Umno Alliance or the Tao League. Moreover, the Tao League was the most likely culprit. It was almost 90% likely. Although the 5 people who came didn't have anything that could prove their identities, the things they left behind couldn't lie. The bodies of the 3 Skysoar realm cultivators, their skin, and the changes in their meridians caused by their cultivation. All these showed that this attack had nothing to do with the Umno Alliance. So, it could only be the Tao League. The people of the Umno Alliance had the characteristics of the Umno Alliance. They were completely different. However, the appearance, skin, body shape, and the changes in their meridians caused by their cultivation. They didn't match the characteristics of the Wu people. Of course, they couldn't rule out the possibility that it was an internal strife between the astral souls and the human race, but it was almost impossible. However, the government couldn't give an explanation, and they couldn't tell the people the truth. They were currently at war with the Umno Alliance, and the front lines were already in a desperate situation. If they reported it now, they would say that this attack was caused by the Tao League. Then, they would be announcing that the Astral Souls was going to war with 2 continents at the same time. Opposing sides. Especially the Tao League, which used to be their ally. No, even now, they were still the Astral Souls' ally. How could they tell the people that their ally launched a terrorist attack on them when they were in an all-out war with a powerful enemy that was about to destroy the world? Then, no one would be able to bear the consequences of causing panic among the people of the continent. Even the morale of the people might collapse. Therefore, they could only delay this matter for now. When they couldn't delay it any longer and announced it to the public, the Umno Alliance would be the scapegoat. No matter what, the Tao League could only be dealt with in secret. It couldn't be made public. Moreover, everyone knew that the Tao League didn't dare to betray the alliance openly. They couldn't afford it either. The Umno Alliance was the most suitable scapegoat since it could incite the entire continent to unite against a common enemy. That night, Li Yundong. There were already high-level forces stationed in Fenghai City, and there were even a few experts who had quietly snuck in. The king of Zhuolu called Taoist priest Yun, his voice cold, "You did it." There was no doubt, only certainty. There was no need for any evidence. The king of Zhuolu's call was unusually forceful. Taoist Master Yun's voice was full of innocence. "Yun Zhonghu, what's the meaning of this? What does this have to do with me?" The king of Zhuolu sneered. "You will regret this. Just you wait." The king of Zhuolu hung up and immediately went to look for Yu Dongtian. The 2 of them bumped into each other on the way. Yu Dongtian was also looking for him to discuss countermeasures. With the 2 of them together, there was basically no problem. There's no doubt about this matter. Yes, the person who did this obviously knows the true identities of Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 4 Skysoar realm cultivators to sacrifice themselves. The 4 Skysoars were there to force Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua to use their clones to protect them. This point is very clear. There is no doubt about it. As long as the protection of the clones is gone, any Skysoar realm cultivator will be able to kill Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian. They might even be able to escape unscathed. After all, they used a method to target the Fenghai sky screen. Now, only the 12 shamans, the 7 swords of the Tao League, the Emperor, you and I, the Southern General Nanjing Qian, and Wu Taijiang know the true identities of Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian. What should we do? We have to do something. However, if we do this, the implications will be too great. But we can't just let this matter rest. Therefore, the king of Swaloo and his wife, along with the heavenly king of the right, went directly to the place where Emperor Zhai Xing was cultivating in seclusion. We want revenge. The king of Swaloo and his wife were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. How dare they touch my junior brother and sister? The Dao League is courting death. They must take revenge. Bai Yunduo, in particular, was so angry that her whole body was trembling. The Dao Alliance's shamelessness in this matter had far exceeded her imagination. Not long ago, the Tripartite Alliance had agreed that the Skysoars would not attack Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian. It was still ringing in her ears, yet the Dao League had done something like this. If Yun Zhonghu hadn't stopped her, Bai Yunduo would have already left for the Dao League's Tu Academy. Emperor Zhai Xing sighed and said, I just communicated with Old Sua's divine consciousness. They are still in the fusion process and won't be able to come out for a while. The king of Swaloo's eyes lit up. What did master and mistress say? Emperor Zhai Xing said, originally, I wanted to find a few Dao League geniuses and kill them, especially the descendants of those bull-nosed geniuses. But your master objected. Objected? The king of Swaloo was stunned. Why? Your master said that Sua Xiaoduo has to take revenge himself. Emperor Zhai Xing said indifferently, revenge has to be taken with one's own hands, and debts have to be repaid in person. Your master said that what you do now is meaningless in ending this karma. Killing those geniuses now is just to vent our anger. It's meaningless. If we start a war with the Dao League now and kill a few of the Dao League's higher-ups, the Dao League will definitely collapse immediately, and the Umno Alliance won't show any mercy. Although both sides are training their troops now, the other side won't stop attacking just because we're weak. The Umno Alliance is capable of directly unifying the mainland. So now, a slight move will affect the whole situation. Of course, another reason is that your understanding of the Sua Xiaonian siblings is still relatively one-sided, especially Sua Xiaoduo. His methods of revenge and the level of his revenge are beyond your imagination, beyond everyone's imagination. When Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian grow up and end this karma on their own, you can just wait and see how they'll take revenge. When the Dao League gets into trouble, they'll definitely regret it. These are your master's exact words. Your master also said that although we don't want to use such cruel methods to promote Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian's growth, it has already happened. If the two of them can grow up because of this, it'll be a kind of consolation for the souls of the deceased in heaven. Yu Dongtian said gloomily, but when they grow up and take revenge on their own, how long will that take? Won't we be letting them off easily if we just let them off like this? Yu Xingchen said, how can we let them off easily? Yun Zhonghu, go to the Dao League in person and directly find the 7 swords of the Dao League and ask for 100 drops of Zhouxiao spirit spring water. Yun Zhonghu was stunned. 100 drops. 100 drops of Zhouxiao spirit spring water. How can they be willing to give it to us? Yu Xingchen said in a low voice, this is what the Dao League has to give us. You don't have to say anything. Just say this, my master asked me to come and get 100 drops of Zhouxiao spirit spring water. That's enough. If the Dao League doesn't give it to us, just turn around and leave. Whatever happens in the future has nothing to do with you. Yu Xingchen said. All right. Yun Zhonghu said, I'll go right away. You must ask for it in front of Taoist Yun, Taoist Feng, and Taoist Lei. Understood. Also, find a way to inform the 12 grand shamans about this. Understood. The king of Swaloo and his wife broke through space and left. Yu Dongtian couldn't help but grit his teeth. They have 100 drops of Zhouxiao spirit spring water. Yu Dongtian didn't believe this number. He had spent a lot of effort to get 3 drops of Joxiao spirit spring water. It was all gone after a meal. Could the Tao League have 100 drops? Even if they did, they wouldn't give it to him, right? 1 drop was equivalent to a super genius. Yu Xingchen smiled faintly and slapped Yu Dongtian out. Get lost. You ignorant thing. Yu Dongtian covered his face and left. After walking out for a long time, he finally understood the intention. 100 drops of Joxiao spirit spring water was just an interest, or an attitude, or a buffer. If the Tao League could give it to them, they would give it to them. If they couldn't, they would give it to them. This walk is yours. If you give it to them, we'll let this matter go for now. If you don't, we'll start playing. Of course, if you give it to them, we'll let this matter go. But it'll still be between us and you. As for my son and daughter being the victims, it's none of our business whether they let this matter go or not. But at the very least, it'll give you a long buffer. If you don't give it to them, it's fine. You broke the agreement and tried to assassinate my son and daughter. This is equivalent to slapping my face, as well as the faces of all the higher-ups of the 3 continents. Now, if you don't give me compensation, it's equivalent to slapping our faces again. You'll have to wait and see. After all, this is the agreement of the higher-ups of the 3 continents. I'm not the first one to bring it up. If you can get away with breaking the rules without any compensation, then what's the use of rules? The higher-ups of the Umno Alliance would be furious. Even if they wanted to kill Zhuo Duo, they would still be furious about this matter. Because this meant that their descendants wouldn't be safe. Therefore, the number of 100 drops of 9 heaven spirit water was stuck at a subtle point. A drop of 9 heaven spirit water could allow a genius who was suppressed 8 times to suppress at least 1 time to 9 times. Geniuses who had achieved 9 times of suppression had a high probability of breaking through the shackles of 9 times of suppression. They could achieve 10 times, or even 11 or 12 times. 1 drop could turn a genius into a peerless genius. 100 drops meant 100 peerless geniuses. All these years, what the astral souls lacked was this. The Tao League and the Umno Alliance had been around for a long time, so they definitely had some in their hands. As long as it was a truly peerless genius, they would give a drop of this to create a seed of even greater genius. On the other hand, the astral souls could only use battles and bloody battles to accumulate and improve. This was a huge gap. However, if he had these 100 drops of 9 heaven spiritual fountain water, he would be able to close the gap between them in terms of foundations. If there were more, the Tao League wouldn't be able to give them even if they sold everything they had. It would definitely cause a huge rift between the 2 sides, and there would be no room for reconciliation. Didn't you feel threatened when you saw our geniuses growing too fast? Then, I'll use your resources to promote 100 geniuses in our continent. Uncle's level of extortion is really beyond my reach. Yu Dongtian sighed along the way. Our side didn't even plan to let us take revenge, but we can get 100 drops of 9 heaven spirit water for free. Once Xiao Duo succeeds in his cultivation, he can still take revenge however he wants. It's just a matter of time. With Xiaoduo's cultivation speed, this revenge won't be too far away. I just don't know how Xiao Duo will take revenge on the Tao League after he succeeds in his cultivation. Yu Dongtian was very curious about this. Chapter 859. What Yu Dongtian, Yu Xingchen, and even Yi Chongqing didn't know was Xiaoduo's character. In addition to taking advantage of others, Xiaoduo would rather die than suffer a loss, and he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Once he took revenge, he would go all out and kill all his enemies. He would make sure that his enemies were all dead, that his country would be destroyed, and that his foundation would be destroyed. It wasn't a joke. During the Battle of the Phoenix Vein Soul, he schemed against Swishaonian's Ning and Meng families. Look at the results. This time, the Dao League was also targeting Swishaonian. It even caused the death of Grandma Shi, whom Swishiao Duo and Swishaonian regarded as family. How could they live under the same sky with such hatred? The king of Zwolu and Yun Zhonghu traveled through the night and night. They went straight to the sacred mountain and arrived at the 3 pure halls. They made a big fuss and asked to see the 7 swords of the Dao League. Taoist Lei and the others, who had been in seclusion, walked out with a belly full of anger. Taoist Yun was among them. He looked at the king of Zwolu's eyes, which were full of anger, and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. What's the matter? Taoist Lei was very unhappy. How many days had he been in seclusion? He just came out like this. Were the people of the astral souls so unruly? I'm here on my master's orders to get 100 drops of Zhoushiao spirit water. Yun Zhonghu said stiffly. 100 drops. Zhoushiao spirit water. 6 of the 7 swords of the Dao League were furious, and their expressions changed. Why? Taoist Lei's eyes were dangerous. He was really angry this time. The king of Zwolu really didn't know the rules. He just opened his mouth and made such an outrageous request. Yun Zhonghu crossed his arms and said indifferently, I'm only here on orders. I don't know anything else. If you don't understand, you can discuss it with each other. I only want results. Daoist Thunder was stunned when he heard this. He took a deep look at Yun Zhonghu. This seemed to be a little unusual. Immediately, the 7 swords of the Dao League began communicating telepathically. The power of divine sense rippled in the air. Then, in the middle, Yun Zhonghu clearly felt several divine consciousnesses vibrate at the same time. After a long while, Taoist Master Lei said with an unsightly expression, Yun Zhonghu, I understand the situation now. However, we can't be blamed for this. Yun Zhonghu said with a cold face, I've already said that I'm only here to get 100 drops of 9 heaven spirit spring water. I only want a result. The rest is not my business. As for what you're talking about, I don't know. If you give it to me, I'll take it and leave. If you don't give it to me, I'll just turn around and leave. It's that simple. There's nothing else. Taoist Master Lei's eyes narrowed. Are you threatening me? The king of Zwolu said, What are you talking about, Taoist Master Lei? I've already said repeatedly that I only want a result. The rest has nothing to do with me. My master only wants me to get 100 drops of 9 heaven spirit spring water. I'm following orders. That's all. Taoist Master Lei only felt that his breath was stuck in his lungs. There was no need to mention how uncomfortable it was. He wanted to put this matter on the table and talk about it. To ease it. Or to shirk the responsibility and say that they didn't do it. Or to make the Umno Alliance the scapegoat. Or to say that their subordinates didn't know better and did it themselves. And so on. He didn't expect the other party to not even talk about this matter. He said with a dark face, the king of Zwolu has come personally and even asked for it. No matter how difficult it is for the Dao League, we still have to give him face. Then, he said to Taoist Master Yun, give 50 drops to Heavenly King Zhua. Taoist Master Yun's face was full of pain. Hearing Taoist Master Lei's words, he didn't move. Yun Zhonghu said stiffly, Taoist Master Lei, my master said he wants 100 drops. He doesn't want a drop more or a drop less. To me, my master's words are law. There's no room for discussion. Either you give me 100 drops, or you don't have to give me a single drop. You can keep the 50 drops for yourself. Yun Zhonghu said, if it's not convenient for you, then let's forget about this matter. Taoist Master Lei was so angry that his beard was fluttering. He said angrily, is your master trying to make a bargain? Yun Jonghu said neither humbly nor overbearingly, please calm down, senior. I've already explained it repeatedly. I don't know anything else, and I don't know why my master wants to do this. Even if you're angry with me, it's useless. Taoist Master Yun pointed at him and scolded, Yun Jonghu, you dare say you don't know. Yun Jonghu looked back coldly and said, do you know about this? Then I, Yun Jonghu, would like to know why. Taoist Master Yun choked when he heard that. Taoist Master Lei only felt a splitting headache. He said, give him 100 drops. Boss. Taoist Master Yun and Taoist Master Feng shouted at the same time. I said give it to him. Taoist Master Lei gritted his teeth and ordered. Yun Jonghu received 100 small bottles and checked each of them. Then, he put them away and said, thank you, senior. I'll take my leave now. Bai Yunduo entered the hall and didn't say anything. Now that the matter was done, she finally couldn't help but point at Taoist Master Yun and say, Taoist Master Yun. How many descendants do you have? Yun Jonghu said, aren't all of Taoist Master Yun's descendants in the file? Why are you asking about it? Let's go, let's go. Bai Yunduo sneered, I'm afraid there's something missing. Yun Jonghu laughed, took his wife's hand, and left. In the hall, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Taoist Master Lei looked at Taoist Master Yun as if he wanted to eat him alive. After a long time, Seven Swords still didn't say a word. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly stagnant. After a while, Taoist Master Lei said coldly, have the 10 million troops of the Dao League gathered? If they have, hurry to the Sun Moon Pass to join the battle. Taoist Master Feng said sullenly, boss, are we just going to let this matter go? Taoist Master Lei sneered, let it go. That's a nice thought. Even if we're willing to let it go, Zhuo won't agree to it. Just wait and see. This matter hasn't started yet. Taoist Master Feng said angrily, we've already taken out 100 drops of 9 Heaven Spirit Spring water. What else do they want? Taoist Master Lei said indifferently, the reason there's a buffer condition of 100 drops of 9 Heaven Spirit Spring water is only because Zhuo and his wife have just finished transforming into the mortal dust and can't come out yet. That's why this happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Yun Jonghu and his wife who came just now, but another couple. Taoist Master Lei snorted and said, if that couple came, and they were the parents of the person we're targeting, do you think it would be as peaceful as today? Taoist Master Hu said, Zhuo is too much. Taoist Master Lei said, back at the Three Continents Alliance conference, it was the Sky Sentinel Throne and Rain Demon who made the request for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian. And we also agreed to it ourselves. He turned to look at Taoist Master Hu and said, if you and your wife had a son now, a peerless genius, and the other party also agreed not to do anything, but then went back on their word and killed your son, what would you think? Taoist Master Hu's expression changed. This was really a problem. If he were to think about it from another perspective, this was a huge grudge. He coughed and said, if it were me, I'm afraid even the 9 Heaven Spirit water wouldn't be able to quench my anger. Cough cough. Sigh. Taoist Master Lei said, Zhuo is like this now. Do you think he'll let it go? This is his own flesh and blood. The few old Taoists were speechless. That's why I'm curious. He just promised not to do anything, and you were there, but then something like this happened. Taoist Master Yun, what's the meaning of this? Taoist Master Lei looked at Taoist Master Yun. Boss, you don't know, but during the training at the Crown Prince Academy, Zhuo Xiaoduo dominated the nascent soul area. And Zhuo Xiaonian also dominated the current generation in the Huayun area. Taoist Master Yun took a deep breath and said, an expert of the same level can't be defeated by 100 people working together. This kind of existence, this kind of strength, this kind of potential. Compared to the Flood Witch's suppression on us, it's even greater. Many times greater. Taoist Master Yun had a pained expression on his face. He said, "Boss, you're just thinking about it now, but you can't see the truth. Perhaps you can't understand my thoughts. Let's put it this way. Sui Xiao Duo is now at the nascent soul level. I'm afraid that the average genius imperial god expert is no longer his match. And Sui Xiaoyan is now at the Huayun level. The average profound returning level genius is definitely no match for her. This is the kind of talent that allows a genius to fight 2 levels above him and win. Once these 2 people reach the sky realm and break through the shackles of cultivation, I'm afraid that they'll be able to fight against Dao integration stage experts. If they reach our level, I'm afraid that even the Flood Witch won't be their match. These 2 are monsters, they're like Zhu Wu's Demon Emperor potential." Taoist Master Yun said with a bitter face, "I don't want to go back on my promise, but these 2 little things are too scary in the future. You're thinking too much." Taoist Master Lei said, "Have you never thought of becoming friends with them? Have you never thought of becoming friends with people like Demon Emperor or Zhu Wu?" Taoist Master Yun said, "How can they be friends?" Taoist Master Lei took a deep breath. His expression turned serious. How can they be friends? These words weren't just Taoist Master Yun's thoughts. The others also had the same thoughts. On the path to becoming an expert, they didn't need friends. The peak was very narrow, only allowing 1 person to stand on it. This matter has come to an end for now. Hurry up and go into seclusion. Taoist Master Lei said, "The Demon League is about to return. We must break through to the Violet Palace realm. When the Demon League returns, even if we can't reach the 3 Pure Ones stage, we must break through to the Violet Palace realm. Otherwise, we won't even have a chance to fight." He gave Taoist Yun an exasperated glance. He really wanted to say that the Demon League was about to return. You actually went to assassinate other people's geniuses in the face of such a great enemy. I don't know what you're thinking. Taoist Master Yun felt very wronged. I also know that when the Demon League returns, I can make some plans and perhaps use them to kill people. But I'm really scared. These 2 little fellows are only in their 20s, and they're already so terrifying. When the Demon League returns, I might not be able to make any plans against them. Chapter 860. Also, we must urge the tens of millions of troops to rush to the front line of Sun Moon Pass to assist in the battle. The sooner the better. Don't have any crooked thoughts during the battle. Battle is battle. Taoist Master Thunder warned, once the battle is well fought, perhaps this grudge can be resolved silently and directly. Both sides must cooperate sincerely to fight against the Umno alliance. This is the main premise and the key to all reconciliation. The Dao League army must all be trained before the Demon League returns. Boss, don't worry. Our Dao League army will definitely not be a hindrance. The 6 of them expressed their agreement. I hope so. Taoist Master Thunder sighed. After he finished speaking, without waiting for the others to reply, he flicked his sleeves and disappeared. The others looked at each other and disappeared one after another. The funeral ended. That night, Sui Xiao Duo and Sui Xiaoyan returned to the governor's mansion. They entered their rooms and then returned to the space of the Annihilation Tower. The villa was almost completely destroyed. If they wanted to repair it, it would definitely not be done in 3 to 5 days. Therefore, during this period of time, the 2 of them had nowhere to stay and nowhere to go. At this time, all the hotels in Fenghai City that were still open were overcrowded. Many of the people who owned hotels had also gone to other hotels to stay. Their own houses had collapsed. Compared to the casualties, the damage to the buildings in Fenghai City was more serious. Xiangbing called and said that she had prepared a house for Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo could only say goodbye to the governor's mansion tomorrow and move there. It was impolite to leave without saying goodbye. After all, they had kindly brought him here to treat his injuries and arranged a place for him to stay. In the Annihilation Tower, the two of them were speechless. However, they could clearly feel that the fire in each other's heart was burning. That was the fire of hatred. An unprecedented hatred. The Dao League did it. Zhuo Xiaoduo said quietly. Zhuo Xiaoyan stood there in a daze. She said softly but firmly, this hatred, this blood debt, this life, this life, this life, this debt of blood shall be paid with blood. The two of them sat down in silence. This was an unprecedented blow to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Even Zhuo Xiaoyan's path had been smooth sailing, and he had never been so close to death as he had been this close to death. Although the battle of Wind Soul breaking through the veins was also extremely dangerous, Zhuo Xiaoduo had planned before taking action and eliminated all the hidden dangers. Even at the most dangerous moment, he had instantly turned the situation around. But this time, it was the first time that he had seen a family member that he had acknowledged die in battle to protect him. She simply couldn't accept this kind of shock. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoyan murmured, Xiaoduo, don't forget to invite Grandma Shi as a guest when we get married. This is her life's greatest wish. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded silently. Yes. We must never forget this. If it was any other time, when Zhuo Xiaoyan mentioned this matter, Zhuo Xiaoduo would probably howl like a wolf. But now, Zhuo Xiaoduo's mood was extremely gloomy. He wasn't in the mood to joke at all. Sister Nian, this is the first time I feel that life and death are so close at hand, and the situation is completely out of control. Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged his head and lay on the grass of the Annihilation Tower. Me too. I really don't want to experience it anymore. Zhuo Xiaoyan hugged her legs and sat in a daze. Grandma Shi died in battle. She rushed up just like that, and she didn't even leave a word. Zhuo Xiaoduo was sad. She only left us one word, go. Until now, Grandma Shi's one word that seemed to come from the bottom of her heart still often rang in Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart. It was a sound that came from the depths of her soul. It was just one word, but Zhuo Xiaoduo often thought about it. He often asked, what was Grandma Shi thinking at that moment? It was just one word, but it contained so much of Grandma Shi's thoughts and anxiety. She always wanted to protect me. Back then, during the trial in the Starlight Mountain Range, she was alone and protected me with her sword. Every day, she would prepare lunch and dinner and wait quietly. Every time she looked at me, her eyes were full of love and affection. She was also full of expectation. She looked forward to me growing up, looking forward to the day of my wedding. She said many times that she wanted to see how far I, this little monkey, could go. She wanted to see me find a wife and get married. After that, she had nothing else to ask for. But this wish could no longer be fulfilled. She couldn't see it. And Principal Chang. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath. The three of them fought to self-destruct. Principal Chang rushed up to self-destruct, but he only laughed out loud. Today, he earned a lot. Did he really want to earn a lot? Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart seemed to be weighed down by a huge rock. Who doesn't want to live? Risking their lives in exchange for a flying death. He just didn't want his brother to be sad and didn't want his brother to die. That's why he said that sentence. That sentence wasn't heroic, but true. Zhuo Xiaoyan listened quietly to Zhuo Xiaoduo's narration. She listened without saying a word. She knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was abnormally agitated. In her heart, she was the same. Teacher 1, Principal Yi, Principal Ching, Grandma Shi. Xiao Duo said softly, usually, they do things seriously. Even if they are wronged, they will endure the humiliation. When they encounter a battle, they will do everything to win. For the students, for the hidden dragon, they will do anything without hesitation. Even if they can't win, they will think of ways to escape. They actually cherish their lives very much. However, when they encounter a strong enemy and need to sacrifice themselves to achieve the goal of the battle, they don't even hesitate for half a second. They directly made the decision on their own lives. Xiao Duo murmured, they did it to protect me. That's why they didn't hesitate at all. Both of them were very clear about this. Could Grandma Sure not die after becoming the vice principal? Absolutely. The enemy's target was very clear. It was Xiao Duo and Xiaonian. That was all. At that time, Xiao Duo and Xiaonian were already seriously injured and had lost the ability to move. After the enemy killed them in one blow, he would immediately leave. Grandma Sure only needed to slow down for a second. It wasn't that she didn't want to protect them, but she was helpless in front of a flying death. Anyone would agree and understand that she couldn't do it. However, she chose to sacrifice her own life and put it all into this 1 second to severely injure the man in black. Qing Gaiying also didn't have to die. He only needed to slow down for a second, and the flying death could kill Xiao Duo and Xiaonian and escape far away. However, Qing Gaiying resolutely rushed forward and used his own life to end this 1 second difference. The situation at that time was very clear. If Qing Gaiying's self-destruction couldn't kill the enemy, either Wen Xingtian or Yi Changqing, or even both of them would rush forward and self-destruct. This was inevitable. Both of them had already made their preparations. No, it should be said that they had already taken action. It was just that Qing Gaiying beat them to it. In other words, even if Xiao Duo and Xiaonian had to die, it would only be after Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others self-destructed. Yi Changqing and the others were no match for a flying death realm enemy. The only way they could defend against the enemy was to self-destruct. They would risk their lives and use the most extreme method to deal with the enemy. At that time, Yi Changqing and the others didn't hesitate at all. I, Xiao Duo, am the luckiest person in my life to have met such a teacher and such a principal. If I succeed in this life, I will definitely repay you. Old Principal, Teacher Hu, Teacher Qin, Principal Li, Teacher Mu. Teacher Wen, Principal Yi, Grandma Sure, Vice Principal Qing. Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled as he looked up at the sky. Xiaonian leaned on him gently and said softly, Duo Duo, we've received so much love and care throughout our journey. It's really hard to count. I'm amazed that the world has given us so much beauty. But now, someone wants to destroy all of that beauty. Can you tolerate that? Xiao Duo gritted his teeth, extreme hatred shooting out from his eyes. Xiao Duo had always been unscrupulous and unrestrained. He only wanted to have a clear mind and live a happy life. The word hatred had never been so clear in his heart. Even when he had broken through with the Phoenix Soul's meridians, he had been full of hatred. However, since the beginning, he had planned before taking action. He had always been in control of the situation. Even when he had wiped out all of his enemies, he hadn't been in much danger. But this time, it was the first time he felt hatred in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Dao League. If I, Xiao Duo, can't reach the peak in this life, then so be it. But if I have the chance and the ability, then I will use my entire life to slowly get back at you. Xiaonian's hair fluttered in the wind. She leaned into Xiaoduo's arms and listened to Xiaoduo's heartbeat. She said softly, yes, let us seek justice for Grandma Sure and Vice Principal Qing in this life. Xiao Duo hugged Xiaonian's shoulders and said in a deep voice, definitely. Both of them felt the murderous intent in each other's hearts. It was rising and lingering in their hearts. The death of Grandma Shi and Qing Guying in this battle had completely unlocked the shackles in Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian's hearts. It had also caused an inexplicable murderous intent to grow and expand. No one knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian had completed another transformation in their hearts and minds because of this incident. The most crucial transformation of their state of mind. This transformation brought with it a sharp murderous intent and a bone-deep hatred. We have to eradicate all evil. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly, there are no innocent enemies. We can't eradicate all evil. The remaining ones may not be able to threaten us, but they can threaten the people we care about. Zhuo Xiaonian said quietly, I understand. I won't give any enemies a chance to take revenge or vent their anger. Let's practice and improve. Zhuo Xiaonian stood up gracefully. Her eyes were a little red. If we were strong enough, why would Grandma Shi and Vice Principal Qing have to die in battle? We have to be strong, so strong that no one and no force can threaten us. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded silently. Yes. Chapter 861. In the Tower of Annihilation, hammers and swords were everywhere. In the conference room of the Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and Lu Yichuan were already sitting quietly with the other two brothers. This conference room used to be the gathering place of the 13 brothers. Here, it was the 13 brothers, not the school leaders. When they first entered this room, there was a big table. There were 13 seats. But now, there were still 13 seats, but they were divided into 2 tables. One was the original mahogany table. The other was a black table. On one side was a single big table. On the other side, there were 6 chairs, sitting quietly. Yi Changqing and the other 4 sat on this side. On the other side, there were 7 chairs. Now, as they looked at the empty chair, everyone was speechless. That was Qing Guying's seat. Xiang Guangren was now on his way back from the front line. The 13 brothers, including Xiang Guangren who was on his way back, there were only 6 of them left, less than half of them. Yi Changqing said in a hoarse voice, 13, move your 6th brother's chair over there. Wen Xingtian remained motionless as he stared blankly at the chair. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. 6th brother, how many days have you been happy in your life? Everyone thought of Qing Guying's life and could not help but fall silent. Wen Xingtian stood up and walked to the side of Qing Guying's seat. He said in a low voice, 6th brother, I'll send you over now. You can sit with your brothers. I'm sure you've already gathered in the Yellow Springs, drinking and getting drunk. Yi Changqing and the others all stood up. He watched as Wen Xingtian lifted Qing Guying's chair with the weight of 1,000 caddies and placed it on another table with staggering steps. You two, one in charge of culture and education, the other in charge of logistics. In the future, you may be the one to send us over. Yi Changqing looked at the remaining 2. One of them was missing a leg, while the other was missing an eye. They were Xiao Butao and Huang Duxing. Huang Duxing, who had lost a leg, had a miserable look on his face. He said softly, it doesn't matter who sends us off. Boss Yi, don't be so pessimistic. Now, no one can say who will leave first. It's just that one path. Hidden dragons will always exist. Only we will eventually go to the other side of the table. Xiao Butao said with a heavy voice, Qing Laolu is already there, he is just waiting for us. He laughed faintly. Today, I was just a step late. By the time I rushed over from the logistics department, the alarm had already rung. If he had been a step earlier, perhaps 6th brother wouldn't have died. When Xingtian snorted, even if you came early, he would still die. You think you can kill them with your self-detonation. Even if you self-destruct, we still need one more person to self-destruct before we're done. Wen Shisan. Xiao Buitao flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're becoming more and more unruly. However, he sighed. If he had really self-destructed before Qinggying would not have been able to avoid the same fate. Say goodbye to your brothers. Yi Changqing walked to the front of the empty table and said, Yunfeng, Qinshu, brothers. Qing Laolu is looking for you now. Over there, take good care of yourself. Wait for us properly. When the time comes, let's drink and get drunk together. Yunfeng, your wife has also gone over. If you get her, just come over in a dream. Don't make us worry. Yi Changqing, Lu Yichuan, Wen Xingtian, Xiao Buitao, and Huang Duxing bowed in unison. Then, they walked out in a single file, leaving this room filled with memories. Wen Xingtian walked at the back. Finally, he could not help but take another look. He looked at the 7 chairs that were arranged neatly behind him. It seemed that the 7 brothers were lined up to send him and the others off. Finally, he could not help but burst into tears. He closed the door and locked it. A thick black cloth covered the door and the room. Yi Changqing walked forward with his hands behind his back. His footsteps were unusually heavy. He was really too familiar with the hidden dragon. No matter where it was, Shi Yunfeng and Qinggying had accompanied him to more than 10 million times. Now that he was walking with his hands behind his back, Yi Changqing had an extremely strong feeling. It was these brothers who were still accompanying him to patrol the campus. But when he suddenly turned around, those 2 familiar faces were no longer there. And from now on, there would be no more of them. When Xingtian and the others walked behind Yi Changqing, seeing their boss suddenly stop, they all stopped at the same time. They looked at each other speechlessly. The setting sun shone on everyone's face. The wrinkles on everyone's face were clear. Strands of white hair were shining and sparkling. When Zhou Xiaoduo walked into Class 1, everyone in the class was subconsciously stunned. Including Li Chenglong, Wen Xingtian, and the others. Everyone had the same feeling. Zhou Xiaoduo's arrogant aura in the past seemed to have restrained a lot. Although it was not completely gone, there was not much left. His face also seemed to have matured a lot. When Xingtian looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a deep gaze, he looked at him and smiled. After greeting everyone, he quietly sat down in his seat. Suddenly, he said, "You don't have to take it to heart. We are teachers. Protecting our students is our duty and our instinct. Even if it wasn't you that day, if it was any other student in the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School, they would still make the necessary sacrifices." When Xingtian said slowly, "Because we are your teachers. In the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School, as long as the teachers are not completely dead, no one can hurt our students." He said quietly, "So, you don't have to feel too much pressure, Zhou Xiaoduo." Zhou Xiaoduo grinned and said, "I don't feel too much pressure. I'm just thinking about how to take revenge in the future. As you said, you are our teachers. So, whatever you do for us is what you should do. But relatively speaking, as your students, it is also our duty to take revenge for our teachers. I'm not only talking about you, but also every teacher in the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, "Also, every teacher in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school." When Xingtian took a deep breath, his eyes flashed with extreme gratification. In his heart, there was also a warm current that quietly passed through, causing a little bit of vitality in his declining spirit. He really did not expect Zhou Xiaoduo to say such words. With these words, Wen Xingtian suddenly felt that he had done so much. His brothers had done so much for the students and the school. It was worth it. It was totally worth it. Li Chenglong said seriously, "What was said is also what we want to say. This hatred, we will definitely take revenge in this life. Blood for blood. This hatred, we will definitely take revenge in this life. Blood for blood." Everyone in the first class shouted together. The crowd was stirred up. Wen Xingtian only felt that his eyes were wet. He waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down. He took a few deep breaths to calm down the boiling feeling in his heart. Looking at Sui Xiaoduo, he asked, Have you broken through to the cloud transformation realm?" "Yes, I have." Sui Xiaoduo smiled and said, "Teacher Wen, do you want to compare notes?" Wen Xingtian, who was just moved to the point of bursting with emotions, instantly gnashed his teeth and said with a black face, "You can practice by yourself. There's no need to compare notes." He secretly made up his mind. "My internal injuries have healed. In a few days, I will be able to break through to the mystic realm. At that time, I will naturally compare notes with you. Compare notes every day." When Sui Xiaoduo mentioned comparing notes, all the people in the first class who had broken through to the cloud transformation realm became excited. "Swa! I will compare notes with you." Other than Li Chenglong, even Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing signed up. They were all eager to give it a try. Sui Xiaoduo did not reject anyone. "Whether you should say it or not, you asked for it this time." Everyone felt that their cultivation had improved greatly. After this breakthrough, they should be closer to Sui Xiaoduo. Naturally, they all wanted to give it a try. Not to mention that Sui Xiaoduo had broken through slower than them. If they could counterattack, they would counterattack Sui Xiaoduo. They could not let others take the lead. Everyone had the same thought. Today, everyone had the same idea. They wanted to beat up Sui Xiaoduo and be the first to counterattack. They wanted to be the first to counterattack Sui Xiaoduo. As for the second and third ones, they weren't that rare anymore. Even if they did not get their wish, they could take this opportunity to test their current level and see how much progress they had made. Sui Xiaoduo laughed sinisterly. "Those who want to beat me, come out." Thus, the whole class followed him out. When Xingtian saw that Li Chenglong was actually at the back and could not help but ask, "You didn't rush to the front this time?" Li Chenglong's smile was uglier than crying. "Last night, we just exchanged. One move. One move. Yes, one move. You lost in one move. One move. And I fell. Sui seems to have eaten gunpowder. He is very violent." When Xingtian suddenly felt that his breakthrough to the profound returning level was not very stable. He had exchanged pointers with Li Chenglong before. After Li Chenglong broke through to the cloud transformation level, his combat power was considerable. He had to use a full 30% of his strength to defeat him. If Sui Xiaoduo could defeat Li Chenglong in one move. When Xingtian felt that for the time being, or perhaps in the future, he could not exchange pointers with Sui Xiaoduo. Because Sui Xiaoduo had never used his hammer in front of anyone. If he forced Sui Xiaoduo to take out his hammer. He estimated that he would lose miserably. Then, his idea of trampling on Sui Xiaoduo could only be reduced to an idea, or rather, an extravagant hope. It would be out of reach, never to be seen again. "Let's go, I'll be the judge for you," Wen Xingtian said. Li Chenglong egged him on. "Teacher Wen, I suggest that you teach Sui a lesson to prevent him from being too arrogant. You have done very well in the past." Wen Xingtian smiled faintly. "I've thought it through. I won't interfere in the matters between you students if I can. I can't follow you guys for the rest of your lives." He still needs to overcome his ego. Li Chenglong's face was full of admiration, but he was laughing in his heart. It seemed that Teacher Wen was not confident. Chapter 862. Everything seemed to follow a logical and natural order. At first, one person went up alone, then 3 to 5 people joined hands, and finally the whole class went up together. However, they still couldn't escape from Shuo Duo. One punch, one person. He was like a human tank, rushing left and right in the crowd. Those who stood in his way were all defeated. In less than 5 minutes, they were all lying on the ground. Shuo Duo was unscathed. He didn't even get hit by a punch or a kick. It was a complete victory. Too weak. Shuo Duo frowned. You guys can't be like this. I suggest that you all go out and gain experience. Don't stay in school anymore. You need real combat. Only real combat can help you improve, make great progress. We will cultivate and gain experience. We will avenge Grandma Shi and Vice Principal Ching. Meng Zhongjun struggled to get up from the ground. Revenge is not just about words. It has to be done. Shuo Duo said, instead of saying it 10,000 times, why don't you seize the time and cultivate for an hour? Only by putting it into action can you have hope for revenge. With our current cultivation, we can't even talk about revenge. If we fool others, we will be fooling ourselves. Shuo Duo looked at the whole class. When you have the strength, you can still do this. Only real men can do this. If you talk too much, people will be annoyed. If you don't have the ability, why are you shouting about revenge? Shuo Duo said it very seriously. It wasn't just his cheap words. He said it with a calm face. However, the whole class felt a chill. It was imprinted in their hearts. Everyone could hear how serious Shuo Duo was at this moment. This was a rare moment of seriousness, a rare moment of seriousness. Now that everyone has advanced to the cloud transformation realm, we can temporarily stop our personal cultivation. I suggest that we stop studying in school. Shuo Duo said to Wen Xingtian, now it's time for everyone to accept missions and experience life and death situations. Wen Xingtian took a deep breath and said, I'm discussing this matter with the principal. You're right. At your current level of cultivation, if you continue to stay in the first year and don't leave the school, it will only hinder the development of your martial arts. I'll bring this up with the principal today. All right. For the next 3 days, Shuo Duo attended classes during the day. Sometimes he would come in the morning, and sometimes he would come in the afternoon. After he came, he would watch his classmates fight and meditate. The rest of the time was spent in the gravity room. If there was a flaw in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, it would be the lack of a gravity room that could adjust the gravity. Then, all the students realized that the despicable Shuo Duo was back. Every time Li Chenglong fought, Shuo Duo would sit beside Xiang Bing. Sigh. Yu Yan again. Why is Li Chenglong always fighting with Yu Yan these few days? Bing Dan, what do you think of Yu Yan Xiang Bing glared at Shuo Duo and said, Swa, don't try to sow discord. It's useless. Don't you feel that you're degrading yourself by saying this? Bing Dan, you've wronged me. I really don't like someone. What do you mean by sowing discord? There's no such thing. How can I, Shuo Duo, be that kind of person? You've said it yourself, what kind of person am I? How can I be so degrading? Sigh. After fighting with Yu Yan, he's fighting with Zhen Piapiao. TSK, Swoosh is really lucky with women. Sigh, the leader of the Iron and Steel sect. Sigh, yesterday's the past. He's beaten up 2 girls in a row. Next, he'll definitely beat up a guy. Oh, Feng Shuang is really good. He actually picked another girl. Also, it's too fast. It's over so quickly. Sigh, I understand now. He's just not good looking. Feng Shuang isn't interested. He's probably disgusted. Look, look, look. As expected, he's fighting with Meng Zhongjun again. Meng Zhongjun is a little dull, but he's still quite good looking. It's good to be good looking. But I still don't understand. Why is Li Chenglong beating up Xiang Chong so hard? Why is that? Bing Dan, tell your brother not to pick on Li Chenglong all the time. They're relatives after all. He's getting angry, isn't he? It's Yu Yan her again. Bing Dan. You and Li Chenglong haven't registered their marriage yet, right? This is a little. Something's not right. Xiang Bing was fuming. She couldn't help but think that something was wrong with Li Chenglong. And so she actually started to pay close attention. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo started to persuade her, don't think too much. I'm just saying. Li Chenglong isn't that kind of person. I know him better than anyone else. I dare say that there's no one in this world who understands swellings better than I do. If it was before, Wen Xingtian would have already dragged Zhou Xiaoduo out and given him a beating. But now, Wen Xingtian had scruples. Moreover, he felt that he couldn't beat Zhou Xiaoduo. If he forced himself to fight, he would only embarrass himself in front of everyone. So, Wen Xingtian only glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo like a knife. He didn't come over to stop them. He didn't even dare to make a sound for fear of getting himself into trouble. Zhua. Li Chenglong, who was in the middle of sparring, shouted loudly, I beg you, please be a human. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo said innocently, what? What's wrong with me? The whole class wanted to beat him up, but no one dared to do anything. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo changed his target, Yo, Meng Zhongjun, weren't you very energetic when you were beating Hao Han? Why are you so soft now? What are you looking at? You don't like me. If you don't like me, come and beat me up. You're welcome to find trouble with me. Hao Han, kick his crotch. Idiot, aren't you stupid? You missed such a good opportunity. You're so stupid. Pai Yibao, Io, you're still here. You've really lost your sense of presence after so long. But how did you train? You can actually lose your sense of presence by yourself. This is a huge skill. Teach me, teach me. I want to train too. Pai Yibao couldn't help but feel angry, Zhua, with your temper, even if you were thrown into the sea, I could still hear your unique cry. Even if millions of people gathered together, they wouldn't be able to hide your despicable aura. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed heartily, Pai Yibao is right. My sword can travel 3,000 miles, and my sword can chill 14 provinces. My sword has long been famous in the world, and its name has spread far and wide. Its name can move astral souls. The entire Class 1 was dispirited. This despicable bastard. They really wanted to beat him up, but what could they do? Wen Xingtian was getting more and more speechless. Zhou Xiao was online teaching, how to be a bitch. If the students of Class 1 were interested in this class, they could all become sword saints. Xiao Duo, why don't you go home and train? Wen Xingtian rubbed his temples. I have a sincere relationship with my classmates. I want to interact more and get to know each other better. There's no need for that. Boss, you should go home. Everyone shouted. What a pity. Zhou Xiaoduo held his chest and pretended to be heartbroken, your actions really hurt me. Get lost. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had angered everyone, was kicked out of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. He was still embarrassed, I'll come back tomorrow. Only laughter could be heard behind him. Zhou Xiaoduo went back to his residence and went into the Tower of Annihilation to train. Zhou Xiaonian, who was inside, trained even harder than him. She was wholeheartedly focused on training. Xiao Duo went out of the city once every 3 days to collect the jade powder of astral souls. He also went to Mr. Sun's place to collect the jade powder of astral souls. Slowly, the new ley lines started to form. Although it was still not enough to collect the ley lines, according to Xiao Long, it was not too far away. At least, it was not too far away. Xiao stayed in the space of the Tower of Annihilation for 15 days in the outside world. However, in reality, 3 years had passed. Therefore, its current appearance was already that of a qualified three-legged crow. Although the gold of the three-legged golden crow couldn't be seen for the time being, the black feathers on its body were already quite imposing. Xiao Duo brought out so much monster meat from the trial space, but Xiao had already eaten almost all of it. This was not surprising. What scared Xiao Duo was that Xiao had also developed a habit of eating the jade powder of astral souls. She was very picky. She would not eat anything that was not of the highest quality. She did not even look at the jade powder of astral souls. How could Xiao Duo, who valued money as much as his life, not be scared? How could he not feel the pain in his heart? How many of the highest quality jade powder of astral souls do I have? How could you eat one every few minutes with such a sharp mouth? Are you kidding me? Even I, your mother, only used the jade powder of the highest quality for my daily cultivation. Moreover, the jade powder of the highest quality is not easy to find. How could you be so extravagant as to eat the highest quality jade powder? This is simply unforgivable behavior. It makes one's hair stand on end. It is insane and intolerable. The reason why Xiao Duo suggested to Wen Xingtian that the students should go out for training was that he was already considering taking Xiao out for training. If she continued to eat like this, he would definitely go bankrupt. However, during this period of time, the peaches he stole had already ripened. After confirming the situation, he called Gao Qiao, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bingyu, and Yan and gave each of them a peach. Then, Gao Qiao, used her own name to ask for an extra peach and gave it to Zhenpia Piao. The direct result of eating the peaches was that everyone's strength increased by a level. They were all very excited. What's more, Xiao Duo used the aura observation technique and the divination technique to observe everyone. He found that everyone's vitality and foundation had increased considerably after eating the peaches. Among the weapons that Wu Taijiang helped to forge, Xiao Duo only gave Li Chenglong a saber and a sword. Those were the personal belongings that Xiao Duo gave to Li Chenglong. When Li Chenglong and Xiao Duo were chatting in private, Xiao Duo made it very clear. I'm not running a charity. It's absolutely impossible for me to give everyone a top-quality heavenly weapon for free. Everyone wants a heavenly weapon. I, Xiao Duo, also wanted to sit at home and sleep. Suddenly, a friend gave me a heavenly weapon. The more, the better. I don't think it's too little. However, if you don't make a considerable contribution, don't get my approval, don't really think for our small group, and don't integrate into our group, why should I give you a heavenly weapon? It's one thing for me to have a lot of top-quality heavenly weapons like this. However, before others get my approval, can't I play with them in my hands? In short, it's impossible to get something for nothing. As for how these things came to be, there's no need to say. Anyway, I, Xiao Duo, didn't dream of them. Xiao Duo answered Li Chenglong's doubts in this way. His words were stiff and there was no room for discussion. Swollen, I know you want to form as soon as possible. However, the so-called rapid formation that is built purely on the drive of interests is meaningless. There's no foundation to speak of at all. Only a group that has experienced life and death together can be called a group. Just like the friendship between Principal Yi and Teacher Wen, it's a friendship that will last until death. Including Long Yuxing, Wan Li Shou, and the others, I won't give them a heavenly weapon for nothing. Because it's not enough. They haven't done enough, and they haven't given enough. Li Chenglong thought for a long time about what Sui Xiaoduo said. After thinking for a long time, he came to the conclusion that Sui Xiaoduo was right. As Sui Xiaoduo said, I'm usually stingy. However, when it comes to serious matters, I'm never stingy, and I'm not stingy either. However, when it comes to such a matter of standpoint, you have to be stingy and choose carefully. Giving out heavenly weapons without doing anything at the beginning. Are you crazy, or are they crazy, or am I crazy? Even if you're whimsical, you shouldn't do that. Let me ask you, when everyone starts to do things successfully in the future, what kind of rewards should be given? Li Chenglong nodded silently. This was indeed a problem. His initial idea was too simple and too idealistic. He thought that everyone was congenial. Now that they were gathered together and twisted into a rope, their strength would naturally be strong. It would also be beneficial for the future. Everything would be natural. However, now that he thought about it, he really took it for granted. Sui Xiaoduo said calmly, Swollen, I know you want to do something, and the premise of doing something is to consolidate resources in advance. Li Chenglong nodded. However, even if we gather together now, what can we do? Sui Xiaoduo asked. What can we do? What can we do? This was a question that Sui Xiaoduo had been thinking about for a long time. What is the purpose of establishing such a team? I don't want to rebel. Then, what's the use of a huge interest group? Li Chenglong took a deep breath and said, This is what I think. I've studied the history of all wars, the current 4 major armies, and the characteristics of the army under the Umno Alliance. After various discussions, I found that there is a kind of team in the army that is not controlled by the military. This team is not under the military's jurisdiction at all. They can act independently. We usually call this kind of organization the soul group. The group of astral souls. Some people don't know the characteristics of this organization, so they spread rumors and called it the Dragon Group. There are also all kinds of strange names. And this secret team? Well, the official name is the Soul Group. Li Chenglong said, Then, I found out that there is more than one such team after compiling the information. Li Chenglong paused, looked around, and began to transmit his voice. In order to confirm the information, I hacked into the Yanwu National Network. Sui Xiaoduo's lips twitched a few times. It was only today that he realized that Li Chenglong, this kid, seemed to be extremely daring. In this aspect, he was quite similar to himself. Could it be because of this that they were on the same wavelength? However, Sui Xiaoduo's interest was piqued by this sentence. And then, after I hacked in and searched for relevant information, I only found some strange numbers, or rather, the names of various organizations. The more specific information, which is the real inside story, does not exist on the internet. Oh. Of course, it's more reasonable that there's no specific information. Even I can sneak in and steal the information. If I put it there, wouldn't I have to disclose all the information of my organization to the public? While I was disappointed, I also confirmed another thing from the many names. The spirit group isn't just a single unit, but each unit has its own jurisdiction. Strictly speaking, such a team belongs to an individual. So, I guess that the soul group is a team that can be set up by an individual. This is not just a guess. I saw some strange information in the archive. It records when the message was sent, who it was sent to, where it is currently stored, which cupboard, which drawer, which folder, and which page. Even in the most secret and core records, there is only this. There is no more practical content, but this is enough to explain some things. Sui Xiaoduo's brows furrowed. Oh. There's a general explanation above. The specific meaning is that although we're fighting as one, some people are unruly by nature and aren't suitable for unified command. And some things can't be done openly. So, there's this special team. This explains a lot. In the name, there is a team called the Big Saber Team. This Big Saber Team's movements are extremely secretive. According to the records, it should be a private team of the Sky Patrolling Minister. This team is only responsible to the Sky Patrolling Minister alone. But an independent team that is responsible to the Sky Patrolling Minister alone is enough to explain the problem, isn't it? Compared to the Big Saber Team, there is also a team called the Star Group. I guess this team should be an independent team that is responsible to the Star-Plucking Emperor. There is also an organization called the Nine Heavens Pavilion. I guess it should be under the Yenwo Empire's military. On the surface, this organization's mission is to patrol the entire country and search for thieves who have caused damage to the Astral Souls continent. In reality, the experts of the Nine Heavens Pavilion have other places to go. Regarding this Nine Heavens Pavilion, I have done a thorough investigation. The members of this organization are ranked from bottom to top. The first level is the Inner Core Realm, the second level is the Nascent Soul Transformation Realm, the third level is the Cloud Transformation Realm, the fourth level is the God Reigning Realm, the fifth level is the Profound Returning Realm, and the sixth level is the Fairy Realm. As for the seventh, eighth, and ninth levels above, there is no relevant information for now. In my opinion, on the surface, it is the Fairy Realm and the lower 6 levels that patrol the entire continent and guard against thieves. But what do the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels above do? As for the establishment of the lower 6 floors to patrol the entire nation. In a certain sense, we'll be constantly selecting experts from this system. Only after reaching the Flying Heavens realm will they be qualified to enter the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors to carry out the missions of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Of course, regarding the missions of the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, this is only my guess. There is no evidence. Li Chenglong said, but the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels have never appeared in the Jianghu, and there is no information about their functions. The only thing I can think of is probably that. Sua Xiaoduo frowned and pondered. Li Chenglong's speculation was undoubtedly too subjective. If the Big Blade team was only responsible for the sky patrolling monster trainers, it was still reasonable to speculate about its independence and privacy. But if it was forced to infer the star-plucking emperor from the name of the star group, it would be a little far-fetched. As for the Nine Heavens Pavilion's functions, there were open and hidden, and even the unknown 7th, 8th, and 9th levels were similar independent parts. It was simply wishful thinking. However, Zhou Xiaoduo knew that Li Chenglong was not a person who spoke without thinking. He could not help but ask, "Are there any other clues? The evidence you have provided is not enough to prove the problem. It is only your guess. There are similar organizations, such as the Big Fish team and the Tiger Cub team. I estimate that these two teams, the former belongs to the Heavenly King of the Right. The latter belongs to the King of Zwolu. There is also a team called Devil Fiend. There is also a team called..." Li Chenglong said, "There are as many as 8 teams like this. The number of people in these teams may not be many, but they have never been shown to the public or in front of any public. Even in some of the most secretive and huge military operations, there is no sign of these teams. But during these huge military operations, these teams will all appear at the same time. The information they report points to each other. But they do not report to the country, nor do they report to the military. My guess is that these exchanges of information are operated through the internet to ensure speed. But there are too many insecurities in the internet. So after every piece of information is transmitted, they will immediately write it down on paper and block it. That is why you can only find this kind of specious information catalog on the internet. There is no information or intelligence. Only this makes sense. Sua Xiaoduo nodded slowly. And below these teams, there is some more secret information. It is transmitted to these teams. In other words, they have their own complete intelligence network and a complete support team, to ensure that this team carries out the mission smoothly. For example, the collection of intelligence, the exploration of the terrain in advance, some of the enemy's reactions, and even the instructions of the higher-ups. So it is obvious that such a team can be established by an individual. As long as the status is high enough, as long as we are allowed, and as long as we are strong enough, we can also become such a team. Li Chenglong said, such a team will serve the war with its own characteristics. And since such a system exists, there must be a selection. If that is the case, why don't we establish our own forces through this selection? Li Chenglong said, this is a very difficult and dangerous path. But at the same time, it is also the biggest platform for us to display our talents. And under the current system, this is the only way to get rid of the shackles, to show ourselves, and to advance quickly. The background is like this. If it were a peaceful era, we could roam the Jianghu, fight with all kinds of sects, and then continue to grow and become a giant. Or, in the future, reach the peak. But under the current environment, the racial war between the continents has squeezed the existence of the Jianghu. Everyone, all forces, had to serve this major premise. Otherwise, it is rebellion. For martial artists, this is the best era, and also the worst era. The geniuses of the two continents accompany you to grow, but at the same time, you have millions of powerful enemies. If we don't want to be commanded and manipulated by others, then this is the only way. Sua Xiaoduo did not say a word. And Sua, you. Li Chenglong thought for a while and said, since I decided to follow you, I understood one thing, and that is, you are not the kind of person who will be commanded by others. You can't accept it. Sua Xiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong with appreciation. Actually, when we were in Phoenix City, before we participated in the competition, I was thinking about what we should do, how we should live in this life, so that we can live more meaningfully. Li Chenglong said, because I have given myself the position of a butler, a military advisor, and so on. So, I have to think about these things in advance. We have two paths in the future. The first is to go to school and cultivate. Then, after graduation, or perhaps before graduation, we will be specially recruited by the army and enter the army. Then, we will start working hard from the bottom and slowly gain experience. We will become squad leaders, generals. And finally, we might even become marshals. And maybe I should start as a staff officer, or the lowest clerical, secretary, and work my way up to the chief of staff, and then become the marshal's military advisor. This is my limit. The other path is to take a different path. But I haven't had the chance. If we follow the first path, maybe when we are a few hundred years old, or even 1,000 years old, we can endure it. If you're unlucky, you might have died in the chaos of the army. Sua, when you were invincible among your peers, I had this thought. Before I came to Hidden Dragon City, I was consciously looking for information about this. So, first we need to unite the team and continuously improve our strength. Then, we need to find an opportunity to be recognized and become a subordinate of one of the secret teams. Only in this way can we have more than half of the autonomy. If we enter the army, we can only be a brick that can be casually moved around. This is the first step. Only by doing this first step can we have the chance to talk about the second and third steps. Li Chenglong said. But it is also difficult to get the recognition of the higher-ups, Sua Xiaoduo said. With our qualifications, it may not be difficult. When our strength is formed, the school will naturally report our relevant information, especially the information about our small group. Li Chenglong said confidently, all of us are fighters with individual combat power. When the time comes, you and I will hint at the principal to influence him. I think there is a high chance that the headmaster knows about this. Then, he should have the corresponding channels to contact the higher-ups to pave the way for us. Li Chenglong said, at the very least, through the headmaster, the existence of our small group will be transferred to the hands of General Dongfang. And for such a big event, this kind of secret team must be a very rare troop class. The current army does not lack warriors with combat strength like us. On the contrary, even the entire continent of astral souls still lacks this kind of rare troop class. And we will become this rare troop class. Only in this way, as our strength continues to grow, we will be more likely to do bigger things. Of course, with our current strength, we are definitely not qualified. But we are only in our first year. As time goes by, maybe when we are in our second or third year, we will have the qualifications to do so. But this kind of thing must be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the time comes, even if we have the qualifications to do so, we will not be able to catch the attention of the higher-ups because of insufficient preparation. In the end, we can only be separated into different units and become a part of the crowd, waiting for our qualifications to fade away. So now, for the people that I am focusing on, Gao Qiao alone can take on the logistics work. This is already a great help. As for the undercover information, Pai Yibao is more than qualified. This is also the reason why I pulled him in even though he is not that close to us. As for assassination, Umo Yen is an expert at it. As for the charge, Xiang Chong is the best candidate. In times of crisis, Li Xiangming's Great Dream Divine Technique can create an opportunity. When some things need to be handled carefully, Yu Yen, and Dugu Yen, can do it. In terms of overall planning, Li Chenglong will not shirk my responsibility. When necessary, one strike will decide the situation and the victory will be decided. Zuo will not shirk his responsibility and will attack powerfully. As for the left and right flanks, Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu can naturally do it. As for Lil Bing, I will take it as a benefit for myself. And from the very beginning, I've been working on these things with a goal in mind. It was rare for Li Chenglong to reveal his plans and the future he had planned for his brothers. Although it was a little messy, and some parts were too whimsical and taken for granted. But from what Swiss Xiaoduo heard, this matter had already reached the level where it could be done. And there was a high possibility of success. Li Chenglong did not know that he could contact the southern chief, yes, the current southern marshal. When the time came, as long as he asked Uncle Nan for help, how could things not be successful? Now that our basic structure has been formed, we just need to recruit all the people and it will be done. As long as you, Zhua, open your mouth, it will be just a matter of a sentence. The only regret now is that Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu are on the side. The two of them are the flanks and can be considered as independent. But with their current strength, they can't dominate the world. Li Chenglong said, in my initial idea, Meng Zhangjun and Hao Han can be integrated into our team. Meng Zhangjun and the others can be partners with Long Yuxing, and Zhen Piapiao can be partners with Wanli Xiu. It is basically foolproof. But the situation now is very complicated. Sui Xiaoduo said, why is it so complicated? I feel that Zhen Piapiao has been secretly looking at me a lot these 2 days when I go to class. Could it be that Zhen Piapiao likes me? Li Chenglong sighed, so, although you usually pretend to be crazy and play tricks, you are actually not stupid at all. In fact, this is the case. Meng Zhangjun has been pursuing Zhen Piapiao since he was in the garrison store, but Zhen Piapiao has never agreed. Now, after reaching Hidden Dragon, I don't know what's wrong with Zhen Piapiao's brain. She actually likes you. And Meng Zhangjun is depressed because of this. But the most complicated situation is not Meng Zhangjun, but Hao Han. After observing from the sidelines for the past few days, Hao Han's motives seem to be even more unusual. Meng Zhangjun is better. He is a straightforward person and belongs to the simple-minded category. He looks very smart, but he is actually very stupid. But Hao Han is obviously different. Hao Han is a little sinister in his bones. I conclude that Hao Han has always been secretly in love with Jin Piao, but because of Meng Zhangjuan's existence, he is better than him in all aspects, so he didn't show it. Now that Jin Piao likes you, Hao Han doesn't dare to compete with you, and secondly, he has no reason. So during this period of time, he became more and more crooked, so much so that he began to instigate Meng Zhangjun to do something. Meng Zhangjun is obviously unwilling to do it, but Hao Han kept fanning Meng Zhangjuan's anger with the excuse of helping his brother. No matter if you or Meng Zhangjun end up fighting, you will have one less competitor for Jin Piao. What's more, I suspect that he has long been sure that you will not accept Jin Piao, so he kept provoking Meng Zhangjun and making him oppose you. He wants to use you to make Meng Zhangjun give up on Jin Piao, and then he will benefit from it. Li Chenglong sighed, it's complicated. This is the situation now. Maybe there will be a chance to cooperate with Meng Zhangjun in the future, but for someone like Hao Han, even if we get rid of this classmate, we will never let him into our team. This guy looks very big and rough, but I never expected that he is actually a maggot. Sua Xiao Duo sighed softly. These few days, while he was acting cheap in school, in fact, he had read everyone's face and fate. He more or less knew the things that Li Chenglong said. Now, it's just a little unfair to one person, and that is Jin Piao. Li Chenglong smiled bitterly, just because she likes you, you shut her out. It's really unfair to her. Sua Xiao Duo also felt that something was wrong with this point. Just because she likes you and has a crush on you, you change her life. It's one thing if you don't accept and reject emotions. But her ability can clearly occupy a place, but because she likes you, it's gone. This seems to be a little overboard. Why don't we do this for the time being, and we'll see in the future, Sua Xiaoduo said. If it really doesn't work, I can introduce Shen Piao to the Nine Heavens Pavilion to follow Sua Xiaonian. Can I still keep an eye on Nian Cat? But that won't do either. What if she likes me so much that she goes crazy and harms my Nian Cat? Sigh. It's a headache, I'll think about it in the future. Sua Xiaoduo sighed deeply, this is the trouble of being too handsome, really. I'm speechless. Swollen, do you know how much I envy you? If I looked as ordinary as you, would I still have such troubles? Li Chenglong was originally in the mood to talk, but when he heard this, he choked and couldn't say anything for a long time. At such a serious moment, can you restrain your cheap air a little? This chapter is tasteless once it's opened. The plans of a generation's military counselor are prepared from the smallest details, it doesn't look good when it's opened. I can only finish it in one go. Writing about Li Chenglong is like writing about Mo Tianji back then. Maybe my writing is still not on point, but it's really taxing on my brain. Chapter 863. The only thing our team is lacking right now is our long-range attack power. Sua, you can take on this role, but I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything else. Li Chenglong chuckled. Ha! Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, other than logistics and intelligence, I can take on any other role. I won't be able to do anything else. Li Chenglong rubbed his hands and said, if Sua is willing to do all of them, it's not impossible. As the saying goes, capable people do more work. Bullshit. Sua Xiaoduo was angry. If I do all of them, what's the use of having you? After thinking for a while, he said, what's the best configuration for long-range attacks? Li Chenglong said, firearms like guns and cannons can be ignored. Once our team is formed, we will have to face enemies who are at least at the level of God reigning back to mystery, or even higher. Ordinary guns and cannons are completely useless against existences at that level. As for the destructive ones, even if they are effective, their range of attack is too large. While killing enemies, they will inevitably cause countless casualties. I'm afraid it will damage our luck, not to mention it may not be effective. Li Chenglong said, "What I mean is... archers." Sua Xiao Duo was stunned. Archers? Yes. Li Chenglong said, "Sua, do you know who is the best archer in history?" Sua Xiao Duo thought for a while. Zhu Wu the Great Yi. But that's just a legend. Li Chenglong smiled and said, "The legend of Zhu Wu the Great Yi shooting the sun is naturally fake. But countless historical records have recorded that during the Great War of the Witch-Demon race, Zhu Wu the Great Yi shot the bodies of several demon princes with a bow and arrow. This is an indisputable fact. And that legendary battle was the point where the conflict between the Great War of the Witch-Demon race intensified. Although the crown princes didn't really die, their golden crow bodies were destroyed. Is Di Yi's bow also known as the sun-shooting bow because of this battle?" Sua Xiao Duo asked. No. Di Yi's bow was Di Yi's bow. The so-called sun-shooting bow was just a rumor passed down by the later generations. In fact, Di Yi's bow doesn't need any embellishment. Archers aren't the traditional kind of archers who shoot an arrow for 100 or 200 meters before their strength is exhausted. This is what the so-called "an arrow at the end of its flight" means. But archers who cultivate by themselves, including the circulation of their meridians and the circulation of their spiritual energy, all cultivate according to the necessary routes of archers since childhood. After that, you have to undergo specialized training. Divine sense, soul, cultivation, spiritual energy, including divine sense, including the 6 senses. Only then can you have such a stunning arrow. Once the archer's divine sense has locked onto the archer, even if they are thousands of miles away, they can still kill with 1 arrow. There is no chance to escape. During the Great War of the Witch-Demon race, Di Yi was the first among the Zhu Wu to die in battle. It was because the demon race didn't allow such a long-range attack to exist. The threat is too great. We can't imagine the power of Di Yi's bow at all now. We can only imagine a little based on the ancient records. After Di Yi died, his archery skills became extinct. It completely lost its inheritance on this continent. Later on, although many warriors spent their lives studying archery skills, and there were even archer families, their achievements were thousands of times weaker than Di Yi's bow. The difference was like heaven and earth. It was unreachable. Li Chenglong was fascinated. If there is such an archer in our team, it will be a dream combination. Sua Xiao Duo squinted and said, "You look ordinary, but your imagination is getting better and better." But he had already paid attention to it. If there was really such a bow skill, it was not that he wanted to take it for himself, but he had to be careful in this aspect when he fought against the Umno Alliance in the future. Now, let's establish our team first. Sua Xiao Duo said, "Since we already have this plan, let's go in this direction." He had only made up his mind now. Before this, Sua Xiao Duo had always felt that Li Chenglong's idea was a little whimsical. What could they do if they established a team? Why did they have to establish their own exclusive force? That didn't make sense. There were so many troops and so many warriors. Wasn't it enough? If it was just to establish a huge interest group in the future. Sua Xiao Duo had no interest in it at all. Why would I establish an interest group? I, myself, am already a huge interest group. But now that he heard Li Chenglong's explanation, Sua Xiao Duo couldn't help but take it seriously. Just as Li Chenglong had said, his personality wasn't suitable to join the military, and he wasn't suitable to accept a unified command. In fact, the Yanwu Empire did the same. There weren't many people with a personality like Swishaodwa's, but there were still a few people with such unique personalities and incomparable talents in their respective fields. If such people were to join the unified army, it would be a waste of their talents. It would be a pity if they couldn't make full use of their talents. That was why the small independent teams that Li Chenglong had mentioned were created. They were still under the unified command of the military in name, but they had much more freedom than the other military departments. However, the risks they had to bear were also several times higher than the other teams. This was also the real reason why the Yanwu Empire had carried out a trial of the entire continent's warriors. Some of the troublemakers could be seen from the way they chose to deal with these matters. These people were still managed individually, and it was more appropriate for them to do what they wanted. However, the combat team that Li Chenglong mentioned was beyond this category. It was a special combat force with greater autonomy. For the next 2 weeks, Li Chenglong busied himself with all sorts of preparations. He also found time to greet everyone who had already chosen their targets and gather all sorts of information. He was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. Gao Qiao came to Swishaodwa's place to collect piles of resources and took them out to deal with them. Fang Yinhua, who hadn't seen him for a long time, immediately entered the headquarters and took charge. All the elixir stores, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, auctions, and treasure gatherings were under Fang Yinhua's control. Gao Qiao took away 3 interspatial rings filled with large pieces of Astral Souls jade from the Astral Souls store. They were all middle-grade and low-grade Astral Souls jade. These large pieces of jade looked rare, but if they wanted to be sold in the market, they still needed to be cut up slowly. She even opened a store for interspatial rings, and all sorts of rings were available. They were all using the resources provided by Swishaoduo. These were all businesses that didn't require any capital. Yes, the goods also included those that Fang Yinhua occasionally provided, which were also stolen. All in all, business was booming, and it was an unprecedented grand occasion. Gao Qiao listed out the things she needed clearly. From now on, she would only collect treasure pavilions, elixirs, and spirit water that could only be used by God-reigning cultivators and above. If she couldn't get them for now, she could exchange them for star yuan coins and buy them from the rest of the continent. During this period, after Gao Qiao contacted the wandering hero, Duo Supplies store in the capital also announced its opening. The moment it opened, it was in full swing, and it was very popular. All in all, everything was operating in an orderly manner. All sorts of resources were taken out to exchange for needed resources and elixirs. The more, the better. As for purchasing, they were mainly focused on the resources needed by ascension cultivators and above. When Swishaoduo told Gao Qiao that they would start collecting ascension cultivators' resources, her entire face lit up, and her enthusiasm increased tenfold. What did this mean? This meant that Swo would be able to break through to the Ascension realm soon. In fact, Swo wouldn't be the only one who could reach the Ascension realm. When she thought of Li Chenglong's grand blueprint and beautiful vision, Gao Qiao was so excited that she was about to explode. Including herself, there were 12 people. All of them were peerless geniuses. Excluding herself, there were still 11 of them. No, to be precise, excluding herself and Guyan, the remaining 10 were the core strength of the group. If all 10 of them could reach the Ascension realm, what kind of strength would they be when they joined forces? It was truly unimaginable, and it was beyond her understanding. While feeling excited, Gao Qiao couldn't help but wonder, why did I exclude myself so early? Is it really impossible for me to break through to the Ascension realm? Gao Qiao knew very well that if she couldn't reach the Skysoar realm in the end, her status in the team would gradually decline as the others all reached the Skysoar realm, or even after that. In fact, she might even lose her position in the group in the future. Gao Xiao's assumption was that with the progress of Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others, they would definitely be able to reach the Ascension realm by the time they graduated. At that time, the oldest among them wouldn't be more than 25 years old. What kind of concept would it be for them to reach the Ascension realm before 25 years old? Based on this assumption, she would try her best to keep up with them. When Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others broke through to the Ascension realm, even if she lagged behind by a certain degree, she would still have to reach the Returnance realm and have hope of reaching the Ascension realm. With that in mind, Gao Qiao, who had set this goal, once again delegated her authority to the others. She would use all the time she had to cultivate diligently. I can't fall behind in this group, and I can't stop thinking about how to improve myself. At the very least, when they want to help me break through, I have to be qualified to receive their help. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still continuously collecting Astral Soul's jade powder, but his progress wasn't fast at all. In fact, the amount of Astral Soul's jade powder he had collected was huge. With Bai Yundua's help in the dark, almost half of the continent's Astral Soul's jade powder was being gathered here. Unfortunately, even with such a huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder, it was still insufficient for the requirements of the Spatial Extermination Tower. Chapter 864. If it was the progressive method of extracting earth veins like before, it would have been enough long ago. But the current situation was, there were more than 100 earth veins in the space, and all of them were demon-type earth veins. He had to merge them all in one go. The difficulty of that was not just a little bit higher. In this regard, Zhuo Xiaoduo had no way at all. He could only slowly accumulate and work hard. And now, Zhuo Xiaoduo could only immerse himself in cultivation and wait quietly. There was nothing else to do. The battle at the border was still in full swing. And on the inland side, after experiencing the initial shock, it gradually calmed down. After the initial excitement of the people, they returned to a peaceful and happy life with their wives and children. Occasionally, they would sigh with emotion. In the spur of the moment, their blood rushed to their heads, and they still had to plan for the long term. Every night, they would still watch TV on time. Looking at the flesh and blood on the screen, they would sigh. In the rear, only Fenghai City had a big movement. After all, Fenghai City was almost being rebuilt. Although it was only an hour and a half of meteor shower, it had already caused Fenghai City to be in a state of desolation. The Hidden Dragon High School's response and reconstruction speed could already be considered fast. After all, there were many people, and the students worked together. With their extraordinary strength and methods, they cleaned up the collapsed buildings in a few days' time. Naturally, the reconstruction speed was very fast. With the help of the martial artists, the progress was more than 100 times faster than ordinary people. Stones, sand, cement, and steel bars could all be placed in the space ring, and as much as needed, they could be taken. What kind of changes were needed? Stones to be crushed into stones. How long did the steel bars need to be? There was no need for a factory. They could just take it out and use it. With a slap, a pile of stones and steel bars could be broken with 2 fingers. Is this enough? If not, I will continue. As for the mixing and so on, there was no need to continue talking about it. It was too long-winded. In short, the progress was extremely fast. In less than 10 days, the construction of Zhuo Xiaoduo's big villa was fully completed. All the facilities were complete. After all, the various facilities, decorations, and even the bed could be taken out from the spatial ring. Wouldn't it be done just by setting them up? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian came over to take a look. They found that except for the bedding and other personal items, everything else was ready. Even the two reclining chairs on the balcony looked exactly the same as the original one. Walking through the door, both of them had the same feeling. This villa was exactly the same as the one they had seen before. There was no change at all. The only thing missing was probably the side of the courtyard, where there used to be a small house, the old house where Granny Sure lived. Now, that place had become a lawn, and there were no longer any traces of its existence. At night, everyone left. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian stood on the balcony and stared at the small house where Grandma Sure used to live. Their tears couldn't help but flow down. In his daze, he seemed to hear Grandma Sure shouting from the other side. "Little monkey. Call your wife over for dinner. It's done." It seemed that the old, white-haired figure was standing in front of the door of the small courtyard again. Her wrinkled face was blooming with a kind smile. Both of them couldn't help but go downstairs and come to the original small courtyard. Somehow, it seemed that there was still a trace of warmth left here. "Grandma Sure." Zhuo Xiaoduo squatted on the ground and covered his face. I really want to eat your dishes again. I really want to hear you call me little monkey again." Before Grandma Sure self-destructed, that was the last look she gave him. That was the last shout. It rang in his ears again. "Let's go." Now, even the last vestiges of that little house were gone. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were heartbroken. They cried bitterly and quietly squatted on the grass, squatting in front of the courtyard of the small house, sobbing silently. At the entrance of the villa, Yi Chongqing stood with his hands behind his back. He also looked at the empty lawn in the distance. Just as tears were about to fall, Yi Chongqing's body flashed and disappeared. Back in the room, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but look back at the place where the small house used to be. They kept fantasizing that this was a dream and hoped that when they woke up, Grandma Sure was still standing at the door with her white hair fluttering in the wind. She smiled kindly and called, "Little monkey. It's time to eat." Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian simply entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate again. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't mention the word revenge again. Zhuo Xiaonian didn't mention it either. They both buried it deep in their hearts. If they were too weak, how could they talk about revenge? It was just a joke. But this debt, the more it was suppressed, the higher the interest would be. Both of them had chosen a method where they had forgotten everything else and could only focus on cultivating crazily. In 15 days, Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his cultivation to the peak of the transformation cloud realm. He had also suppressed his true essence to the peak 3 times. Yes, it was 15 days of normal time. And these 15 days were equivalent to 30 months in the Tower of Annihilation. In other words, half a month in the outside world was more than 2 years for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian. With the help of the Ice Spirit, Zhuo Xiaonian also raised her strength to the peak of the Royal God realm and was about to start compressing it. All the Xian ice that they had accumulated in the past had been used up. The only thing that both of them did outside of cultivation was to constantly fight in the Tower of Annihilation. It was nothing to fight 3 to 5 times a day. Once they were enlightened, it wasn't rare to fight 8 to 10 times a day. In the 30 months in the Tower of Annihilation, both of them fought more than 5,000 times. They were more familiar with each stage. They were more and more familiar with each other's moves and routines. Their fighting experience now couldn't be compared to half a month ago. It could be said that one was heaven and one was earth. And what Zhuo Xiaoduo practiced the most was the sun and moon hammer skill, as well as the power of light and light. He didn't touch on the combination of hardness and softness, or the combination of yin and yang. This was because Zhuo Xiaoduo always felt that it wouldn't work no matter what. The more he practiced, the more he felt that it didn't make sense. So he studied and tried to figure it out again and again. But gradually, he felt more and more about the power of the sun and moon hammer. At the last stage of the 30th month, using the sun and moon hammer skill, he was already on par with Shuxiaonian. He was only at a slight disadvantage. Of course, the premise of this slight disadvantage was that Shuxiao Duo had mustered all of his strength and used up all of his cultivation. Shuxiaonian, on the other hand, maintained a restrained state and simply accompanied him to practice this set of hammer skills. After all, as the gap between their cultivation levels increased, the gap between their actual combat strength became more and more obvious. The so-called cross-level challenge became more and more difficult. Otherwise, how could a group of Returnance-level cultivators, whose overall strength was far superior, still be killed one by a single Skysoar cultivator? For example, Vice Principal Qing, who was at the peak of Returnance level and could advance to the Skysoar realm at any time, still chose to self-destruct in the face of a severely injured Skysoar realm cultivator. This was the huge difference formed by the difference between a great realm and a great realm. But even so, Shuxiaonian's shock was still huge, and he was tongue-tied. This kid's improvement was too fast. Even with the time elapsed in the Tower of Annihilation, 20 days still passed in the blink of an eye. Shuxiaonian's vacation was all used up. I'm going back to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Shuxiaonian was reluctant to part with him. So fast. Shuxiao Duo was shocked. How is it fast? Including the previous few days, it's already been 29 days. I have to go back. Shuxiaonian was even more reluctant to part with him. She really couldn't bear to part with Shuxiao Duo and the Tower of Annihilation. While both of them were using the Tower of Annihilation as a cheat, she was still able to keep pace with him and maintain her advantage over him. But if she left, she would lose the time elapsed in her cultivation. She was afraid that little doggy would soon catch up with her. She really couldn't accept it. Shuxiao Duo was dumbfounded by Shuxiaonian's departure. How can I do that? There are still so many things that I haven't done. Shuxiao Duo was very reluctant. What else do you want to do? Shuxiaonian was embarrassed and angry. During this period of time, Shuxiao Duo was unhappy. Shuxiaonian naturally comforted him. But as she comforted him, her bottom line was pushed back step by step. At first, Shuxiao Duo was really unhappy. He missed Grandma Shi and his mood was extremely low. Until one day, he dreamed that Grandma Shi and Principal Shi were living happily somewhere. Their faces were full of smiles and happiness. The two of them supported each other and walked side by side. Everything was harmonious. Finally, the knot in Shuxiao's heart was loosened a lot. Whether he was deceiving himself or comforting himself, Shuxiao's mood suddenly improved a lot. From an outsider's point of view, Shuxiao Duo had walked out of his sorrow in just a few days. Perhaps he was heartless. However, no one knew that Shuxiao Duo had taken a long time to walk out of his sorrow. He had been suffering for more than a year. His mood was extremely low and depressed. In the beginning of the days in the Tower of Annihilation, he was only focused on cultivating. Shuxiaonian was very worried about him. Now that he finally walked out, Shuxiao Duo quickly realized that his depression were actually a great weapon to deal with Shuxiaonian. She kept comforting him and coming over to take care of him. As a result, Shuxiao Duo continued to be sad. In fact, it seemed to be getting worse. I feel so bad. I need a kiss. I want to cry. I need a touch. Sigh. I feel so bad. I need to see a dance. I'm so disappointed. Look at this dance. I had a nightmare last night. I want a hug. I want to hug you to sleep tonight. I'm so scared. I feel so bad. Chapter 865. In the end, Shuxiaonian realized that he could not hold on to much longer. He did not have much left, that she had gradually gotten used to dancing and naturally danced more than 30 dances. Now, her dancing had improved to cough cough. She really didn't understand this line of work. And their actions had progressed from kissing and touching to sleeping together. Although they wore extremely conservative pajamas and little doggy didn't dare to really break through the last step. But every time she woke up, she always felt that her pajamas were very messy. There's only one night left for the holiday in the outside world. Swa Xiao Duo was really melancholy this time. That means we only have 1 month left to be together. Swa Xiaonian rolled her eyes and huffed angrily. Then I want to hug you to sleep every day for this 1 month. Swa Xiao Duo made a request. You have to dance for me at least 3 times every day. Kiss me at least 10 times every day. Hug me at least 10 times every day. Touch me at least 10 times every day. You have to wear cat ears and tail for the last dance. No way. Swa Xiaonian exploded. Woo woo. Early the next morning, Swa Xiaonian rushed straight into the sky as if she was escaping. She turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distant sky. She left in an exceptionally flustered and helpless manner. There was also some indescribable embarrassment and shyness. Her heart was still thumping all the way until she was about to reach Shangjing. So embarrassing. Little doggy was really getting worse and worse. This morning he actually... Woo! I can't think anymore. I'll ignore him from now on. I'll ignore him from now on. He was really too bad. Following Swa Xiaonian's return, an icy chill also arrived in Shangjing. The entire Nine Heavens Pavilion was collectively shocked. In just a month's time, Lord Civet had actually directly advanced from Cloud Transformation Peak to God Reigning Peak. Was this a joke? Such a strong icy spiritual pressure immediately shocked all the higher-ups. After a simple promotion procedure, Swa Xiaonian entered the Royal God tier and obtained considerable authority. With Swa Xiaonian's current position and authority, she was more or less at the leadership level of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. On the first day he entered, he had already frozen all of his opponents in ice. In one fell swoop, she established herself as the big sister of the Royal God tier. His icy face was naturally shrouded in frost and mist, making it impossible for others to see his face clearly. Anyone, as long as they came to the Royal God level, even if they were at the Origin Profound level, they would also feel the same. It was as if an ordinary person had suddenly arrived at the North Pole, and it was even colder. Moreover, everyone could clearly feel that there was a layer of murderous intent hidden in Mr. Civet's aura. It was a kind of overflowing, oppressive, extremely murderous aura that could erupt at any time. Once such a murderous aura and baleful aura were released, who knew how many people would suffer a calamity? In the afternoon of the same day, Swa Xiaonian received her Royal God status card. Nine Heavens Pavilion, Civet, the Chief Inspector of the Royal God level in the Astral Souls continent. Behind her was authority. She could patrol the continent and convict criminals. She had the authority to kill. Since she was appointed, she naturally had to patrol the continent. The patrol missions issued by the Nine Heavens Pavilion were within the Royal God tier's sphere of influence. The first stop of Swa Xiaonian's patrol was White Mountain Blackwater, and the patrol area was extremely vast. As it was her first time leading a patrol team, the Nine Heavens Pavilion sent an Origin Profound level inspector to lead the team and guide this patrol. However, Civet was responsible for all the corresponding matters. When they encountered something that they couldn't handle or when things were handled wrongly, this Origin Profound level inspector would step in to correct it. Among the Origin Profound level inspectors, many people were unwilling to go. Civet was beautiful, but she was too cold. Moreover, her combat power was probably not inferior to the average Origin Profound level cultivator, and might even be stronger. If they were dished, would they still have face? However, under everyone's watchful eyes, someone actually took the initiative to step forward and take on this task. "I'll go with you." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. The person who spoke was Jun Chongkong. The person in charge of the Nine Heavens Pavilion immediately frowned. This Jun Chongkong was a member of the royal family. Ever since Sui Xiaoyan came to the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had shown great interest in her. However, at that time, Sui Xiaoyan's cultivation was still relatively shallow, and Jun Chongkong had been warned by the higher-ups, so he didn't take any action. This time, he took the initiative to step forward. The deeper meaning was self-evident. However, no one else was willing to do so. They all looked like they were retreating. The person in charge of the Origin Profound level had no choice but to agree to Jun Chongkong's request. "Remember the advice I gave you back then. You must also remember your duty. Follow the rules and don't forget your original intention." "I understand." Jun Chongkong flung his cloak and strode out. On the other side, Sui Xiaoyan also received the notice at about the same time. This time, the guiding patrol will be the current third prince, the biological son of His Majesty the Emperor. The number 1 Origin Profound level inspector, Jun Chongkong. Sui Xiaoyan's face was expressionless. Her heart was unmoved. "Who cares who you are? What does it have to do with me?" That afternoon, Sui Xiaoyan set off with his new team. It was no different from the missions he had carried out in the past. The only difference was that Jun Chongkong, as the patrol, also followed. A cold wind blew out of Shangjing and whistled all the way to the north. After Sui Xiaoyan left, Sui Xiaoduo suddenly felt empty and bored. He even felt that his motivation to cultivate was not enough. He strolled to school. He hadn't come to school for almost 2 weeks. When he arrived at Class 1, he found that there was no one there. Li Chenglong and the others were not there. While he was surprised, he remembered that Li Chenglong had said that the school had approved the students' application for the trial. All the students who had broken through to the level of Cloud had gone out for the trial. However, he and Sui Xiaoyan had been cultivating in the Tower of Emptiness for 2 weeks. For the two of them, more than 2 years had passed. At this time, only Wen Xingtian and a dozen nascent soul students who hadn't broken through to the level of Cloud were left in the class. "Why are you here?" Wen Xingtian was a little stunned. "I'm here for school." Sui Xiaoduo was confused by the question. "As a student, isn't it right for me to come to school? How could you, as an old teacher, say such a thing? Why do you still want to go to school?" Wen Xingtian was speechless. "My cultivation is at the peak of the royal god reigning realm, and now I've taken another step forward, breaking through to the returning profound realm. With this level of cultivation, even if I were to teach until graduation, even if I were to be surrounded by all the students, I would still be able to defeat them with one hand. Very tyrannical. But now, I'm teaching this batch of students. I really have nothing to say." After half a year of the first year, more than 30 level of Cloud had appeared. Moreover, Li Chenglong, Sui Xiaoduo, Xiang Chong, and the others were already at the peak of the level of Cloud. Based on this progress, in another half a year, they might be at the god reigning realm. The bottleneck that had once hindered countless cultivators seemed to be non-existent to them. Then, could it be that by the second year, these guys would be able to break through to the level of Cloud? Wen Xingtian had a toothache. He felt that he might be the most glorious teacher in the history of the Hidden Dragon High School, but he was also the most aggrieved teacher. As a level of Cloud, even if I had just broken through, I was still at the level of Cloud. But in the second year of teaching high school students, how could there be students on the same level as me? In the third year of teaching, my students might have already broken through to the sky realm, far surpassing me. In the fourth year of teaching, the most ridiculous situation might be that I, a level of Cloud, am teaching an entire class of Sky Realm cultivators. What the fuck? While I'm talking about martial arts theories, the students below are all Sky Realm cultivators who could kill me with a single breath. That scene would be too beautiful. Wen Xingtian truly couldn't imagine it. Just thinking about it made him so depressed that he couldn't sleep. Wen Xingtian had thought more than once about whether he should give up his position as the homeroom teacher. But he also knew that he couldn't give up on this position. Once he gave up, not only would he become a deserter, but the greatest achievement of his life would also pass him by. Compared to the embarrassment of teaching a classroom full of Skysoar Realm cultivators, Wen Xingtian was more convinced that as long as he revealed this idea, it would become an established fact as soon as he opened his mouth. There was no taking back an arrow that had been shot. The school's higher-ups would definitely fight for this position in the first place. Even Yi Changqing would volunteer to use his power for personal gain. This wasn't the time to talk about brotherhood. This was a major event that would go down in history. Therefore, Wen Xingtian was currently in pain, depressed, and sullen, but he was also happy, and proud. After much difficulty, those fellows had all left for the training. Wen Xingtian finally found some sense of being a teacher. Just as he was giving a serious lecture. Those fellows hadn't returned. But the boss of those guys came back. This guy was even more troublesome. When Wen Xingtian saw Sua Xiaoduo, his head instantly swelled. Teacher Wen, what are you saying? I'm a student. I need to swim in the ocean of knowledge. I'm just a child crying piteously for food. Let me enter, let me immerse, let me wander as much as I want. Sua Xiaoduo, who was full of nonsense, was about to enter and sit down. Wen Xingtian felt a headache coming on. Why don't you go out for the training? I'm not going. Sua Xiaoduo was very open-minded. There's no place for me to train around Fenghai City. It's really not worth it. The investment doesn't match the benefits. These words were really domineering to the extreme. Wen Xingtian couldn't help but stare. Then, he smiled bitterly in his heart. With this kid's strength, there really wasn't any place for him to go around Fenghai City. Especially now that even the Starlight Mountains were gone. Chapter 866. What made him even more speechless was that he had spent so much effort to defeat the king of Zhongyuan some time ago that the nearby gangs were all wiped out. Now that he let this kid out for training, he really had no place to go. But, could he just let him be like this? Let him wander around here. When Xingtian knew Sua Xiaoduo very well, this guy wouldn't be idle at home. Naturally, he would train himself until he was half dead. But in school, he would use all kinds of methods to make himself look cheap. Especially now that this kid wanted to spar with him anytime and anywhere. He was very eager to try. If this kid made him angry, and he couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson, that would be bad. He couldn't fall into his trap. I almost forgot to tell you that a fellow villager of yours came to find you yesterday. When Xingtian said, you weren't here. He left very disappointed. Fellow villager. Sua Xiaoduo was skeptical. Male or female? Male, surnamed Ji. A very handsome young man. He said that he came to Fenghai with you. When Xingtian said, he seemed to be in a hurry. I asked him what was going on, but he didn't say anything. He left with a heavy heart. Surnamed Ji. Sua Xiaoduo suddenly remembered. Could it be Ji Weiran? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. Why would Ji Weiran come to find him at this time? Sua Xiaoduo nodded and said, that's really my fellow villager. I'll go and take a look. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned around and walked away quickly. When Xingtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and said, let's continue with the class. Just now, I talked about the accumulation of cultivation and the suppression of the thorny road, and the benefits it will bring to the road of martial arts in the future. Sua Xiaoduo walked out of the school gate. Sua Xiaoduo felt strange. Ji Weiran actually didn't think of calling him to find him. He remembered that he had exchanged contact information with him before. He took out his phone and checked it carefully. There were indeed no missed calls or messages from Ji Weiran. What was going on? Did he come here directly without making a phone call? If he remembered correctly, Ji Weiran was studying at Fenghai Zhangjin College, Weapon Research Department. She was the one who had suggested that Ji Weiran go, and Ji Weiran had followed her advice. Sua Xiaoduo, who was full of doubts, went to Zhangjin College to look for Ji Weiran and ask him about it. The process went smoothly. Sua Xiaoduo flashed his hidden Dragon High Martial Arts student ID and instantly obtained permission to enter Ji Weiran's dormitory. Ji Weiran was in the dormitory at this moment, looking unhappy. Next to him was his packed luggage. It seemed like he was planning to drop out of school and go home. However, it seemed like he couldn't make up his mind. He was probably unwilling to give up. In the past half a year, Ji Weiran had a sudden idea, and only now did he have a slight idea. But now, it was snatched away by someone else. It was really too frustrating. Is there no place to reason in this world? Ji Weiran let out a long sigh. A place to reason. Why is there a place to reason? Sua Xiaoduo leaned on the door and laughed. Ji Weiran suddenly turned his head and saw Sua Xiaoduo. He immediately stood up. Master Sua. You're here. His face was red and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Sua Xiaoduo smiled. What's the matter, old Ji? What's wrong with you? You even packed your luggage. I want to go home, sigh. Ji Weiran sighed. What's the matter? Tell me. Sua Xiaoduo smiled. Don't you still have me? If even I can't help you, it's not too late for you to go home. Think about it, don't you think so? Ji Weiran was touched. Thank you, Master Sua. Following Ji Weiran's narration, Sua Xiaoduo slowly understood the whole story. Ever since Ji Weiran came to school, just like how Sua Xiaoduo instructed him, he focused on weapon research. As he studied, the more he learned, the more he felt that weapon research was promising. At the same time, he felt that there was nowhere to start and there was no way forward. Until one day, he suddenly had an idea that was different from the past. All weapons that could cause harm to high-level martial artists were relatively heavy, big but useless. One person couldn't operate them. But what about disassembly? Of course, this idea had been proposed by others and they were now on this path. But Ji Weiran's idea was completely different. Basically, all the researchers were researching, creating, hoarding, carrying, and storing for a long time. Ji Weiran's sudden idea was to create it at any time. All he needed was a scope and a simple and sturdy firing port. It wasn't difficult for one person to operate it alone. The part that made up the lethality was to use a relatively simple instrument to put in a few starry sky materials, then add the astral soul's jade to power it, add some liquid to catalyze it, and mix it with the spiritual power of the operator. When combined with these materials, it would immediately produce an explosive destructive effect similar to a particle cannon. Of course, this kind of explosive effect was still much weaker than the existing large-scale killing weapons. But the highly concentrated killing weapon that Ji Weiran came up with was difficult to block as long as the target hadn't broken through the sky realm. It was enough to cause considerable damage. And once this kind of damage was accumulated, it could still reach a fatal result. Of course, the simple weapon that Ji Weiran came up with also had a significant flaw. After the mixture was mixed, it would no longer be stable and could explode at any time. If it couldn't be shot out immediately, it would cause an equal amount of danger. In response to this, Ji Weiran invented a guide device and installed it on it. In other words, with the help of the guide, he could use a very weak yuan qi as a medium to guide the energy to the shooting port and launch an attack at the target. What was left was only the control of the weapon and the precision of the design. As long as it was a martial artist above the core stage, carrying such a simple weapon with him could cause a terrifying energy attack at any time. At this stage, Ji Weiran's idea had been achieved. It was indeed feasible and the effect was remarkable. Only the material of the guide needed to be tested repeatedly in order to achieve the ideal effect. But this project could be said to be a success at this stage. The only thing left was the time to select the material and get the right answer. But at this time, Ji Weiran's classmate, who was also his assistant, secretly reported to the school that this thing was invented by him. This was because the assistant had the relevant information and the process in his hands. It could be said that the evidence was conclusive and indisputable. More importantly, this assistant's family was also very influential. It was the Li family of Fenghai City. His father, Li Qingdong, was the vice principal of Fenghai Zhongjing College. Under such pressure, Ji Weiran could not defend himself. He could only let the other party do whatever they wanted. They really ate up everything and did not even leave any soup for him. Even the authorship of the second author or the researcher was not left for Ji Weiran. As for why Ji Weiran did not use his mobile phone to contact Zhuo Xiaoduo, the reason was more ridiculous. He did not know what happened, but his mobile phone was wiped and all the previous information could not be found. As an ordinary person and a researcher who did not care about the ways of the world, he was too used to looking for a name to call. How could he remember the phone number? That it was already very good that he could remember the phone number of his home. Trapped in a difficult situation, Ji Weiran had no other choice. He tried to find Zhuo Xiaoduo to ask for help, but he could not find him. It was a wasted trip. Naturally, he felt even more depressed. If Zhuo Xiaoduo did not come, Ji Weiran might really give up and go home. Now that Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly appeared, for Ji Weiran, it was tantamount to a god descending from the sky. In Fenghai City, when there was no one to rely on, even a straw would comfort him. Not to mention, it was the famous Master Zhuo who appeared. Li Qingdong. Zhuo Xiaoduo faintly felt that the name sounded familiar. What is his son's name? Li Guanjuan. Li Guanjuan. This name is really good. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. He still felt a little strange. Li Qingdong, is it? Dong as in winter. Yes, Dong as in winter. He is our vice principal. Oh. Does he have an older brother called Li Qingqiu? Zhuo Xiaoduo finally remembered why it felt familiar. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, this feeling. It felt wonderful. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoduo had a hunch that his feelings should not be wrong. I don't know about this. Ji Weiran shook his head. Don't worry, I will check and confirm the other party's identity. Zhuo Xiaoduo called Li Chenglong. Soon, he found out the identity of this Li Qingdong. He couldn't help but feel the mystery of fate. This vice principal Li Qingdong was the brother of Li Qingqiu who led Fenghai Third High School's competition. However, he wasn't Li Qingqiu's younger brother, but Li Qingqiu's elder brother. Initially, he was the principal of some school. Later, for unknown reasons, he was transferred to Zhongjing College this year and became the vice principal. Should I say that enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road? This is simply. I wanted you to be a human, but in the end, you insisted on going to the donkey's shed. Moreover, it's the shed of a sorrowful donkey. Hee hee. Zhuo Xiaoduo clicked his tongue twice. He couldn't help but feel the twists and turns of fate. Fate. It's really wonderful. Fate is always full of twists and turns. Fate is always threatening you that life is boring. Don't cry, don't give up. I will still be waiting for you with a big hammer in my hand. Xiaoduo's artistic cells suddenly exploded. He really wanted to sing this song to Li Qingqiu. I didn't want to bully a disabled person, but in the end. You bumped into me yourself. Please vote. Chapter 867. Ever since they came to Fenghai, Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong had been trying to find out the whereabouts of this teacher Li Qingqiu. They heard that this teacher Li Qingqiu, who had once beaten up Hu Ruoyun, was inexplicably beaten up on his way back from the Central Plains tournament. Moreover, he was beaten up by an inexplicable murderer. There was no conclusion to this case. The murderer was at large and no one knew who it was. Li Qingqiu was now paralyzed in bed and couldn't even take care of himself. Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong slowly gave up on the idea of revenge. Now that Li Qingqiu had become like this, he was better off dead. Being alive was torture. Taking revenge on him and beating him to death would be a relief for him. Moreover, there was no pleasure in bullying a disabled person who couldn't even move. After Xiaoduo called Hu Ruoyun to report the situation, Hu Ruoyun repeatedly warned the two of them not to take revenge. Therefore, the two of them didn't do anything else. In the beginning, they were still waiting for the Li family to take revenge on them. However, the Li family was too weak and couldn't take revenge at all. They were counting on the Wu family and the Gao family. In the end, the Wu family was defeated and the Gao family simply surrendered. Knowing the difference in strength, the Li family didn't dare to take action. In order to avoid the revenge of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, Li Qingqiu's elder brother Li Qingdong took the initiative to transfer from the martial arts school to the art school as the vice principal. It could be said that he was scared out of his wits. He admitted defeat and retreated. However, he would never have thought that after going around in circles, he would still meet Xiaoduo. Fate. Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. Ji Weiran was at a loss and puzzled. Why was Master Zhuo still so emotional when he was talking about this? You don't have to worry about this. Xiaoduo turned and left. Go to school, I'll help you settle this. Ji Weiran, Master Zhuo. However, Xiaoduo was already far away. The Li family. The whole family was very happy. This time, there's only the beginning of the research. It'll only take a few years for it to be completely successful if we continue experimenting. As long as the experiment is successful, the National Hero Medal won't escape. As long as I get this medal and work hard, the Li family's position in Fenghai City will be completely stable in the future. Even if we can't become rich, no one can bully us. During this period of time, I've always been worried about Xiaoduo from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. But Xiaoduo didn't come. Hu Ruoyun and Li Chongjiang also didn't do anything. I think we're worrying too much. As long as this matter succeeds, it will be the Li family's greatest opportunity. Next to him, Li Qingqiu, who had been doing rehabilitation training for half a year, sat on a chair and leaned back. He gritted his teeth and said, as long as the Li family has a chance to stand up, we must not forget to teach those little bastards a lesson. The Li family patriarch's face was gloomy. That's for sure. But now, we must endure. Endure for a while and protect ourselves for 100 years. Boom! There was an explosion. The Li family's door was shattered into pieces with a bang. In a cloud of smoke and dust, a tall figure slowly walked in and smiled. What's there to endure? Do we still need to endure this kind of thing? Just rush up and do it. The Li family's pupils shrank. In the wheelchair, Li Qingqiu screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Xiaoduo. Now that the smoke and dust was everywhere, no one could see what the person in the smoke looked like. However, to Li Qingqiu, Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was too familiar. Every time he heard this voice, he couldn't wait to pull this kid down from the arena and beat him to death. Zhuo Xiaoduo. The rest of the Li family were shocked. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Zhuo Xiaoduo was already in front of the door. Zhuo Xiaoduo. What are you doing here? The Li family patriarch was a little scared. Of course I'm here for something. You destroyed my door for no reason. Zhuo Xiaoduo, can you still be reasonable? Reasonable? Who would be reasonable here? I'm here today. Do you think I'll be reasonable with you? What are you thinking? Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. I've never been reasonable. He pointed a finger at the Li family and said, I'm warning you. Don't try to reason with me. I have no patience. If you can't reason with me, I'll take action immediately. The Li family felt like their lungs were about to explode. They really met a hooligan today. How could there be such a thing in the world? This kind of person. However, they really didn't dare to do anything. They were even afraid of angering Zhuo Xiaoduo. They were more concerned about what Zhuo Xiaoduo was like than anyone else. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo could be said to be the most popular person in Fenghai City. The hidden dragon high martial artist treated him like a treasure. Including the various government departments in Fenghai City, all the military and government offices had already registered him. Especially after this trial, the military had directly issued a secret order. A few days ago, Fenghai City had collapsed. It was said that someone wanted to assassinate Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, no one knew whether it was true or not. Now, this murderous star had come to their door. Why are you here? The Li family patriarch said with incomparable resentment. What do you want? Nothing. Zhuo Xiaoduo said in an infuriating voice. It's about the debt from 20 years ago. It's time to settle it. The Li family should at least give an explanation, right? Look up at the sky. Who will be spared by the heavens? It's not that it's not time yet. Today, now, the time has come. The debt from 20 years ago. The Li family patriarch's expression froze when they heard this sentence. It's here, it's finally here. However, the Li family patriarch was still full of doubts. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong hadn't come for so long. Why were they here now? What explanation do you want? The Li family patriarch was now thinking of doing everything possible to deal with this demon of plague. Any compromise, any compromise, any compromise, any compromise, any compromise. After all, he was very clear that no matter which side it was, whether it was the police or the government handling it, only his side would suffer losses. No one was willing to offend a rising peerless genius who was destined to become a big shot for a declining family. 20 years ago, Li Qingqiu seriously injured my teacher, Hu Ruoyun, because of his filthy thoughts. His character is low. The root of this is directly related to the Li family's family education. I suspect that the Li family is hiding filth and tolerating filth. Only with such low and filthy characters can they raise such a descendant. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was that of an honest and upright judge. Also, I suspect that you have strong malicious intentions towards our Phoenix City. You want to target anyone who comes from our Phoenix City. This makes me feel that the Li family has betrayed the mainland. That's why you dare to do things so deliberately, so brazenly, so deranged. Betrayed the mainland. Brazenly, deranged. The Li family patriarch was shocked. Could it be that this Zhuo Xiaoduo wants to completely destroy the Li family? Crime number 1, attacking teacher Hu Ruoyun. Crime number 2, during the Central Plains tournament, trying to provoke conflict between the two sides. Crime number 3, after Li Chenglong and I came to Fenghai, you secretly colluded with the Wu family and the Gao family to make a move against us. Crime number 4, using underhanded methods to suppress the geniuses of Phoenix City and taking their research results for yourself. Swishaoduo's eyes were full of murderous intent. Everything your family has done is all recorded here. The grudge from 20 years ago was only the beginning. Teacher Hu considered that we are all astral souls of the human race and had already given up on settling the old scores. However, your Li family did not repent at all and continued to use underhanded methods to obtain the country's reward as a protective talisman. Swishaoduo smiled coldly. What else do you have to say now? Everyone in the Li family was paralyzed. What kind of people were Swishaoduo and Li Chenglong? Ever since they came to Fenghai, they had been on guard against the Wu family, Gao family, and Li family. Later, the Wu family changed sides, and the Gao family directly surrendered. Naturally, they knew the movements of these three families like the back of their hands. The collusion between the Li family, the Wu family, and the Gao family, as well as their plans, were all dug up. In fact, every single one of them had been left with detailed evidence. However, after the Wu family quietly withdrew, the Gao family directly changed sides and became one of them. Only the Li family was left, living in fear every day. However, the Li family was too weak, and Li Qingqiu had become a cripple. The two of them did not have the mood to settle the old scores. However, they did not expect to have relations with the Li family today because of Ji Weiwei. Swishaoduo deeply felt that he was too soft-hearted back then. Some poisonous snakes, even if their fangs were gone and they could no longer bite you, would still bite others if you did not kill them. A poisonous snake was still a poisonous snake after all. After Swishaoduo said this, everyone in the Li family realized one thing. It's over. It's completely over. Swishaoduo's white teeth flashed in the sun. I don't want to do anything to you. If what your family did is exposed, no matter how the government deals with it, the Li family will definitely cease to exist. Swishaoduo said, but I'm still soft-hearted. I'll give you a few options. First, donate all your family assets. As for which department or institution you donate to, I don't care. Second, Li Qingqiu is already like this. Living is a kind of torture. You should give him a quick death and end this pain. How can you bear to watch him struggle at death's door like this? Third, I heard that Vice President Li Qingdong has congenital heart disease. I don't know when it will happen. By the way, Li Guanjuan is Li Qingdong's son, right? I heard that the genetic probability of congenital heart disease is very high. Is that right? I think it will happen in the next 2 days. Finally, regarding Ji Weiran's research results, they belong to whoever it belongs to. It should be the glory of whoever it is. Those who use despicable means and think themselves clever should pay the price. Swishaoduo said coldly, you have 3 days to complete these things. Chapter 868. There are 27 people in the Li family now. If you fulfill all my requirements, the remaining 24 will be able to live on. On the other hand, if you don't fulfill my request, it doesn't matter if the government comes forward to deal with it, or if I do it myself. Other than the 3 of you, everyone else will be implicated. It's really not difficult for me to wipe out the entire family and eliminate the root of the problem. Swishaoduo smiled. That's all I have to say. We'll meet again in 3 days. I'll open my eyes wide to see your choice. With a wave of his hand, he left the Li clan under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone in the Li clan. He didn't take a single cloud with him. He didn't do anything after breaking the door open. Of course, he didn't have to do anything. It was a period of severe crackdown. Stealing someone else's identity card to open an account online would result in 10 years in prison, let alone the blatant plagiarism of Li Guanjuan and his son. Once all of the previous operations and all of the shady things were exposed, what awaited the Leaf family was nothing but a disaster. There was no chance of survival. Based on the Leaf family's character, at least half of them would be imprisoned because of their past activities. More than 5 or 6 of them would be executed immediately. Xiaoduo's family upbringing was definitely not something he said casually. There was a reason behind it. The Leaf family wasn't stupid. There was no need for Xiaoduo to stain his hands with the blood of the common people. At the same time, if the Leaf family didn't know what was good for them and chose to flee, then Xiaoduo wouldn't show them any mercy. Xiaoduo left. The Leaf family fell into a deathly silence. Li Qingqiu's face was filled with despair. Li Qingdong and his son's eyes were lifeless. They weren't even angry. They couldn't even summon up the emotion of anger. I don't want to die. Li Guanjuan burst into tears. However, everyone in the family was silent. Including his father, Li Qingdong. The head of the Li family looked defeated. He sat in his seat with empty eyes. How should he choose? Li Qingqiu suddenly laughed hysterically. Hee hee. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. He smiled, shook his head, and shed tears. So many years of experience slipped through his heart little by little. The grudges of the past also flashed clearly in his mind. Who would have thought that a simple fight for a woman's favor would lead to a disaster for the entire clan decades later? Reincarnation is part of the heavenly Tao. Li Qingqiu laughed bitterly. So many clans have done things that are much more excessive than ours. But they are still safe and sound. But we. Li Qingdong smiled miserably. That's because they didn't defend Xiaoduo, the head of the Li family said dejectedly. We were forced to come here because we provoked him. I've already tried my best to bear with it. The matter is already in the past. It's been so long, but Xiaoduo hasn't come to settle the score. Instead, he came to me at this time. Originally, you could have escaped this misfortune, but you and your father insisted on snatching the research results of others. In the end, you caused another disaster. As expected, disasters are all chosen by oneself, and they are all brought about by oneself. The Grim Reaper who has already left can only be summoned back by his own actions. The head of the Leaf family helplessly closed his eyes. What are you waiting for? That night, Li Qingqiu suffered a heart attack and died in his bedroom. The next morning, Zhangjing College held a meeting with all the teachers and students. It was confirmed that the researcher and owner of the future #1 weapon was Ji Weiran. Li Guanjuan was a despicable person who impersonated and plagiarized. In a blink of an eye, Ji Weiran's reputation was restored, and he gained both fame and fortune. The next afternoon, Li Qingdong and Li Guanjuan, father and son, Li Qingdong died of a heart attack because of his guilt. Li Qingdong died of a heart attack because of his guilt. Li Guanjuan died of a heart attack because of the sudden death of his beloved son. The head of the Li family felt that he had committed a grave sin in these years. In order to atone for his sins, he donated all his family property to the military supply department. After a negotiation, the head of the Li family kept 20% of the property for his family. On the third day, the whole story of this incident was reported in the newspapers and on the internet. It was a hot topic for the public to talk about. Xiaoduo didn't continue to pay attention to this matter. He had already gone back to practice. For Xiaoduo, since he had gone there and said those words, this matter was already enough. It was already decided. The Li family wouldn't have a second choice. As for escaping or finding someone to kill Xiaoduo, the Li family didn't have the guts to do such a thing. Secondly, they didn't have the ability to do so. They wouldn't even think about it. How could they escape from Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was closely watching them? Perhaps the escape of the Li family was what Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to see the most. Then, he would have a legitimate reason to directly exterminate the Li family. When Zhuo Xiaoduo knew about this matter, he specially sent a message to Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang. Unexpectedly, brother Li Qingqiu of the Li family of Fenghai died of a sudden illness. This is to inform you. Hu Ruoyun was shocked. She called Zhuo Xiaoduo and scolded him. This is the period of strict crackdown. You better behave. If you get caught. Zhuo Xiaoduo explained repeatedly that this matter had nothing to do with him. It was purely the Li family's own fault. It had nothing to do with anyone else, let alone him. This matter has nothing to do with me. I didn't do it. Hu Ruoyun didn't believe him. However, seeing that there was no follow-up to this matter, she was slightly relieved. She sternly warned Zhuo Xiaoduo, you better behave. You must be honest. Don't be lazy. Don't be evil. Don't cause trouble. Don't be cheap. Zhuo Xiaoduo solemnly agreed one by one and gave a guarantee. I won't embarrass you, Teacher Hu. I won't embarrass Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Hu Ruoyun was completely relieved. She put down the phone. She and Li Changjiang looked at each other and smiled. What a good child, Hu Ruoyun said sincerely. Her eyes were smiling, and her heart was filled with satisfaction. Li Changjiang, on the other hand, looked at his wife with jealousy. You must be proud to have taught such a student, right? And you taught him for 5 whole years. Humph. Why? Are you jealous? Why should I be jealous? I'm the principal, and he's also my student. I still remember that you once said in front of me that this kid is unbearable and doesn't have the aptitude to enter the path of cultivation, and that it's important to quickly go home and find another way. With his appearance, he's really suitable for the entertainment industry. Who can compete with him when he's popular? I was being prudent. Tell me honestly, with that kid's performance a few years ago, do you dare to associate it with his current situation? I told him to find another way out because it's my duty as the principal to consider the students. TSK. At that time, the old principal was still in charge of the school. You, as the principal, are just for show. Humph, even if I'm just for show, I'm still the principal. You misjudged the students. A peerless genius was regarded as mediocre by you, and you're still the principal. Humph, but later on, my wife discovered him and nurtured him wholeheartedly. That's also my ability. Because my wife has foresight, it proves that I have foresight. In your dreams. Zhuo Xiaoduo put down the phone and sighed in relief. Sigh, until now, teacher who still treats me like a child who has been repeating for 5 years. It really hurts my self-esteem. I'm already a mature man now. But for such a big matter, why doesn't teacher who have the excitement of revenge? Instead, she's more concerned about my safety than her own revenge. Speaking of which, I haven't been in contact with teacher who recently. It's really my fault. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart felt warm. After enjoying a rare moment of peace, he clicked into the group again. This was a private group set up by Li Changlong for his team. There were a total of 12 people in the group, including Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Changlong, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, Gao Chiao, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Yu Yan Pai Bao, and Du Guyan Most of the time, the others were silent or occasionally sent a message. At least until now, when the 12 of them were chatting together online, they had never appeared. After all, everyone was too busy. Only Yu Moyan and Du Guyan were strict with Zhuo Xiaoduo. They had to send at least 1 message a day, and they had to complete the necessary tasks. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the messages in the group. The latest message was sent by Li Changlong. It was a picture of an underground ghost grass. It was very complete and accompanied by Li Changlong's laughing emoji. Oh, I didn't expect to find this after digging for a while. Li Changlong's despicable look could no longer be concealed. Below, dash forward, hee hee. Treasure horse, hee hee. I'm Xiao, hee hee. Before that, there was a message from Yu Moyin. It was sent at 11:00 last night. Needless to say, good day. Sua Xiaoduo calculated the time. There were still 6 hours to 11:00. So he sent a red packet. Jingjing cat, red packet. P.S. Super big red packet. I'm Xiao received the red packet. Dash forward received the red packet. Ciao received the red packet. Sweet smile received the red packet. Dash forward, damn, it's a penny again. Heartache emoji. Ciao, thank you, boss. Boss is mighty and handsome. I'm Xiao Sister Chiao how can you speak against your conscience? Sweet smile, what a big red packet. It's so big that my phone almost exploded. Jingjing cat, you guys are always slacking. In the whole group, ever since it was created, I've been the only one sending red packets. Aren't you ashamed? Aren't you ashamed? Jingjing cat, where are you all? Is there anyone sending me a red packet? Ciao, send a red packet, good luck, boss. Jingjing cat received the red packet. Jingjing cat, wow. 200. Roar. I'm rich. Ciao, boss, I'm going to work. There's a nest of monsters here. What a headache. I'm Xiao, gap. I'll send you a red packet too. I'm Xiao, send a red packet. Jingjing cat received the red packet. Jingjing cat, Xiao, What do you mean by sending a 1-cent red packet? Are you mocking me? I want to be a dragon, hee hee. Jingjing cat, Li Changlong, locate Yu Moyin. I want to be a dragon, Whitehead Mountain. Jingjing cat, oh. Done. Sua Xiaoduo put down his phone. After chatting with his friends, he felt vaguely anxious. He felt that something was going to happen. But he didn't know where it would happen. He walked out of the door and went to the balcony on the top floor of the villa. He looked up but didn't notice anything strange. Thus, he soared into the sky and looked at his surroundings. However, he still didn't find anything out of the ordinary. So he sent a message to Sua Xiaoyan. Where are they? Then he sent a message to Li Changlong. The people from the company should have arrived in Guangdong, right? Have they started work? Also, remember to check Yu Moyin's location at any time. Li Changlong replied quickly. Boss, you're making things difficult for us. They're tens of thousands of miles away. It's already commendable that they can locate empty Whitehead. Empty. Whitehead is vast and has always been a mountain of heaven and earth treasures. They're moving around empty Whitehead. It's not realistic for us to determine their location by ourselves. Sua Xiaoduo frowned. In a moment, Sua Xiaoyan sent a message. They're at Blackwater. They're safe. Hearing that Sua Xiaoyan was safe, Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel a little relieved. This afternoon, Sua Xiaoduo didn't go back to the Void Extermination Tower to practice. He sat outside in the living room with his phone by his side. Sua Xiaoduo had a vague feeling that today wouldn't be a peaceful day. There were no signs, no evidence, and no reason, but Sua Xiaoduo could faintly feel that something was about to happen. This feeling made him restless, and he couldn't eat or sleep in peace. This feeling was similar to the last time when he was attacked by the Tao League. But that time, it was targeted at Sua Xiaoduo himself and Grandma Shi, who was right next to him. Sua Xiaoduo learned about the cause of their death with the help of 2 Providence points. But now, Yu Moyan wasn't nearby. Even if Sua Xiaoduo wanted to use the Providence points to see through his recent good and bad luck, it was useless. 8:00 in the evening. Gao Qiao suddenly sent a message, "Boss, help, I met a king-level demonic beast, I'm..." Sua Xiaoduo flew to the dangerous place and killed the king-level demonic beast that threatened Gao Qiao. Only then did he feel a little relieved. Gao Qiao almost died in the demonic beast's mouth. If he came a little later, she might really die. Life and death, hanging by a thread, it seemed like this was what happened. After comforting her for a while, Sua Xiaoduo rushed back to the villa. He felt that his chaotic thoughts seemed to have calmed down. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. At 10:30 p.m. Yu Moyan finally sent today's routine message to the group, "Good day." Sua Xiaoduo let out a sigh of relief and entered the Void Extermination Tower, to cultivate without any distractions. Whitehead Mountain. Yu Moyan, who was still dressed in black as usual, was trekking in the snow with Du Guyen and 3 other teachers of Jade Sun High School. Just like Li Chenglong and the others, Yu Moyan and Du Guyen's current cultivation level didn't make much sense for them to stay in the school to practice. Therefore, after a discussion among the school's higher-ups, they sent 3 teachers to accompany Yu Moyan and Du Guyen to the Whitehead Mountain to practice and look for opportunities. Whitehead Mountain, the peak of which reached the sky. There was no black soil, but it snowed all the time. The snowstorm continued for 360 days. Whitehead Mountain was like a place described in a poem. There were countless treasures of heaven and earth, as well as countless ferocious beasts and demon kings. There were endless legends of demons. The students of Jade Sun High School had always stopped at the foot of the mountain. It was rare for them to go to the middle of the mountain. Those who tried their best all died without exception. Therefore, the middle of Whitehead Mountain was called the Line of Life and Death. After crossing Whitehead Mountain, there is a 1,000-mile-wide glacier. On the other side of the glacier is the mainland of the Tao League. A teacher surnamed Wang from Jade Sun High School flashed his eyes and said, "The current owner of the other side of the glacier is the family territory of Taoist Yun, one of the 7 swords of the Tao League. However, they rarely come here. After all, it's between the 2 continents. They are used to keeping clear of each other and mind their own business." Yu Moyan didn't say anything. Teacher Wang suddenly asked, "Moyan, when are you and Yen going to get married?" Hearing this, Du Guyen's pretty face suddenly turned red. Yu Moyan, who was usually cold, was embarrassed. The other 2 teachers looked over with smiles on their faces. "I don't plan to do that for the time being." Du Guyen lowered her head and said. This god-reigning cultivator with the surname Wang laughed and said, "Both of you are in love with each other, so I won't be surprised if you say that you have reached the level of telepathy between lovers. Since both of you have feelings for each other, it's only a matter of time before you take another step forward." Du Guyen and Yu Moyan both blushed and were speechless for a long time. After a while, Du Guyen nodded slightly and said, "We do have that kind of telepathy." Yu Moyan also nodded with a red face. "You have to hurry up and practice the 2 wings technique." Teacher Wang said, "As long as you practice it to the advanced level, I don't need to say anything. You 2 will understand the benefits." Ha! It seemed that Teacher Wang's previous words were all to pave the way for the last sentence. "Thank you, teacher," Du Guyen said. "You're welcome." This 2-winged hearts technique was a congratulatory gift from Teacher Wang when the 2 of them were confirmed to be participating in the Secret Realm trial. Although this technique was not a dual cultivation technique in the common sense, when a husband and wife practiced this technique, as long as they could practice it to the intermediate level, they would have the magical effect of having two hearts connected. No matter what difficulties they encountered, they could work together and cooperate with their cultivation and martial arts to unleash a power several times stronger than normal. Teacher Wang laughed and joked, "Yen, you have to practice hard. If Yu Moyan is a playboy in the future, you'll catch him red-handed." Duge Yen blushed and said, "Moyan is not that kind of person." The few of them burst into laughter. In front of us is the richest city in the Eastern Pass, Puguan Mountains Baishan City. Teacher Wang looked at the dense snow in front of them and said, "Before we enter the city, we'll have another trial. Moyan, your vision for controlling the battle is getting more and more accurate, but you still haven't fully integrated into your instincts. You have to carefully understand the differences. After this trial, we'll go to Baishan City to visit Pu de Heo." Yu Moyan said, "Why bother? Won't it be easier to understand if we continue with the trial? Anyone who wants to enter the depths of Baishan City must be informed and approved by Pu de Heo." Teacher Wang smiled and said, "Pu de Heo is the richest man in the Eastern Pass, and he's also recognized as the strongest man in the region. He's also the second echelon of the army stationed here to guard the border. In other words, if anything happens to Marshal Baigong's army in the north of Baishan City will be the first transit point." Yu Moyan smiled faintly and said, "How can anything happen to Marshal Baigong's army in the north? Even if something happens, it's not something that Baishan City can change. In my opinion, it would be more appropriate to call White Mountain City a place to retire and a place to enjoy the rest of one's life." Yu Moyan had heard of the legend of Baishan City. Baishan City was very powerful, much more powerful than ordinary families and local forces, but it was still far from being comparable to an army. The reason why Pu Guanshan was here was just as Yu Mo Yen had said. It was equivalent to living in seclusion here. Moreover, Pu Guanshan's cultivation method was even more beneficial in this kind of place. It was probably because of this that they were able to separate themselves from the rest of the world. "Moyan, don't talk nonsense." Teacher Wang said, "You have to respect the strong." Yu Moyan shook his head and stopped talking. There were many other reasons why Pu Guan Mountain was divided here. Yu Moyan had heard Li Chenglong mention many of them. But at that time, he didn't think that it would have anything to do with him, so he didn't take it to heart. But he didn't expect that he would come to Baishan City's territory and meet him face to face. "We're about 4,300 meters above sea level now." Teacher Wang checked and said, "Pu de Heo's Baishan City is 8,888 meters above sea level. We still have to walk for a while. Then let's choose a route where people don't go and practice." Yu Moyan said. "Okay." They were here to practice. The more inaccessible the forest was, the more ferocious beasts there were. This was good for Yu Moyan and Duge Yen's practice. But Yu Moyan was a little confused. This practice was completely different from what he knew. The intensity of the practice was far less than the previous times he went out alone or with other teachers. The current experience might have some effect on Duge Yen, but it was almost completely useless to him. What kind of practice was it if he could solve it with a sword? It was better to say that he was here to hunt. That he remembered that he hadn't sent the safety signal yet, so he took out his phone and opened the group chat. He received a red packet and sent a message saying, "Good day." An hour later, Yu Moyan and the others finally arrived at the legendary Baishan City. It was indeed a big city. Looking at the side of Baishan City, it covered more than 1,000 acres. The city wall was 100 meters high, and they felt like they were looking at a tall mountain. The huge city gate, in the fluttering snowflakes, was like an ancient beast with its mouth wide open. Yu Moyan instinctively felt uncomfortable. The open city gate seemed to want to devour him. Chapter 869. This feeling of danger made Yen instinctively want to resist. Looking at the city gate, he couldn't help but stop. Yen was connected with him. Seeing the majestic and dangerous city, she also felt inexplicably afraid. She said weakly, "Why don't we take a detour and go up the mountain? Why don't we go into Baishan City?" Although Baishan City looked majestic, its real area was nothing compared to a big city. At best, it was a relatively large fortress. Compared with the vast Whitehead Mountain, Baishan City was not much, but it was almost the same. It would definitely not affect the trial in the mountain. Teacher Wang smiled and said, "Yen don't say that. Pu Dehao is the top master in Guangdong. Although he is a little overbearing and his disciples are a little domineering, but generally speaking, he is a good person. Towards our Sun Jade High Martial Academy, they have a good impression of us and are quite friendly. We have always had friendly relations. If we don't go in, it will be our fault." The other two teachers also nodded repeatedly to show their agreement. Yen frowned and looked at Yen. When they came to the city gate, a whistling sound came from above, and a whistling arrow was shot on the ground in front of them. Someone shouted, "Who are you?" Teacher Wang raised his head and said loudly, "Please report to Pu Dehao, Wang Qinghua of Jade Sun High Martial Arts, and other students of our school. Please wait a moment." After a while, two groups of men and women in white came out to welcome them. It was quite grand. "Master is already waiting in the main hall." "Welcome, Teacher Wang." The two groups of young men and women bowed in unison. They were very respectful. Good, good. Teacher Wang obviously felt very proud, and his laughter was louder than usual. The five of them walked slowly inside. However, Yen's heart suddenly pounded, and he couldn't help but be more alert. "I wasn't agitated. Even if I was facing the border commander, I wouldn't be agitated. I still had this much self-control. But now, why? Why did I feel so nervous?" It was a kind of oppressive and breathless tension. Yen turned his head to look, as if he was admiring the scenery. His gaze swept across the faces of the 18 youths on both sides. Although these young men and women had respectful expressions on their faces, the look in their eyes was somewhat playful. Especially the way he looked at him was as if he was looking at a dead person. A few of them even looked at Yen from top to bottom. Although their gazes were hidden, they were very unscrupulous and extremely arrogant. "No, this atmosphere is not right." Yen took a deep breath, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings to see if there was any place he could retreat to, or escape route, etc. As the gate of the fortress slowly closed behind him, Yen suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, freezing his heart and soul. He followed behind the three teachers and walked forward slowly, but one of his hands was already in his pocket. From an outsider's point of view, it might seem impolite to walk with his hands in his pockets, but at this moment, Yen had already taken out the void transformation stone that Zhuo Xiaoduo had given him and silently hung it on his chest. Then, he wrapped the void transformation stone with pure elemental energy, so that his aura would not be too obvious. More or less, he would still have a sense of existence. He also swallowed the 3 top-grade antidote pills given by Zhuo Xiaoduo and wrapped them with his elemental energy temporarily. Then, he put the 3 top-grade pills under his tongue, which were the fastest to recover one's cultivation. Yen's various actions could be said to be treating this place as a tiger's den. He was always on guard against the most dangerous changes. The group of people passed through an unusually large square paved with white jade, and in front of them was a majestic hall. A tall and sturdy figure stood at the top of the stairs. He was high up, overlooking everyone. Ha ha ha. Teacher Wang, 3 teachers, what brings you here to visit this old man? A tall and sturdy old man greeted them with a big laugh. Although this person looked very enthusiastic, he stood at the top of the stairs and spoke, without any intention of coming down. Hello Senior Pooh, long time no see, you're still as elegant as before. Teacher Wang respectfully bowed. This person was indeed the rumored Pooh Guanshan. He laughed and said, you don't have to be so polite. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and locked onto Umo Yen and Dugu Yen. He said, these two are the genius students of your school's new generation, right? Not bad, young heroes, tall and straight, this is really rare. Teacher Wang smiled and said, this is our school's first-year student, Umo Yen. Only half of the first year has passed, but Umo Yen has already reached the intermediate stage of the cloud transformation realm. This kind of achievement, in our Guangdong, is unprecedented. Pooh Guanshan's eyes lit up and said, not bad, not bad. Umo Yen is indeed a rare genius. Well, this is. He looked at Dugu Yen. Teacher Wang said, this is our vice principal Dugu and Luo Yenling's only daughter, Dugu Yen. She's our Jade Sun High School's second-year student, and her cultivation has already reached the intermediate stage of the cloud transformation realm. Pooh Guanshan was even more happy. She's actually the descendant of an old friend, how wonderful. She's really a beautiful and cute girl. Teacher Wang laughed and said, Senior Pooh, you may not know, but Umo Yen and Yen are a couple. They've already set a marriage contract, and they've also cultivated the 2 wings heart mental cultivation technique. They've already reached the realm of telepathy, and when they fight together, their battle strength will multiply. On the day of their wedding, Senior Pooh, no matter what, you have to come and drink a cup of wine. Pooh Guanshan laughed, of course. Such a young hero will definitely be the cornerstone of our Yanwu Empire in the future. I, Pooh Guanshan, will have to flatter him first. Please, please, I've already prepared the wine and dishes inside. Please do me the honor and drink a cup of wine. Mount Pooguan's attitude actually became several times more enthusiastic after hearing these words. Umo Yen and Dugu Yen felt that something was wrong, but they didn't know what it was. Senior Pooh is too polite. The 3 teachers led Umo Yen and Dugu Yen up the stairs slowly. After seeing Pooh Guanshan with his own eyes, the sense of danger in Umo Yan's heart didn't lessen at all. Instead, it became heavier and heavier. He really regretted coming in with the 3 teachers. He turned to look at Dugu Yen and saw that she was looking at him with eyes full of surprise and doubt. The 2 of them could read each other's minds, and Dugu Yen also clearly felt that something was wrong. Pooh Guanshan couldn't help but smile when he saw the 2's reactions. Umo Yen said telepathically, we'll act according to the situation. Dugu Yen lowered her head and said telepathically, if something happens, don't worry about me. We'll leave as long as we can. Umo Yan's face darkened, and he nodded slowly. If something really happened, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to escape if he brought Dugu Yen with him. The only way was to rush out first and make the other party hesitate, and then think of a way to save the girl. News. Umo Yen said telepathically. Dugu Yen lowered her head. As she walked up, she took out her phone and started to take pictures with the innocent look of a young girl. She said, this place is really beautiful. While opening the chat group, she pressed the voice button and made a pose to take a picture. She smiled and said, this Baishan city is really beautiful. Although she was smiling, the trembling and uneasiness in her voice were all channeled into the voice. She pressed the send button immediately. Bang! A sharp arrow flew out of nowhere and shot the phone in Dugu Yen-er's hand into pieces. A cold voice scolded, "Taking pictures is not allowed in Baishan City." Pu Guanshan hurriedly shouted, "Stop." However, when he saw that Dugu Yen-er's phone was shattered, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said angrily, "This is my guest. You guys really don't know how to be flexible." He said sternly, "Hurry up and buy a few of the best phones to compensate Yen-er. You really don't know how to treat a guest." On the eaves in the distance, a white figure put away the longbow in his hand and bowed. "I'm sorry." Then, he turned around and left. Dugu Yen-er was so scared that her face was pale. Tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, she grabbed Yu Moyan's hand and said, "Moyan, let's go. This place is so scary. Let's go." Yu Moyan nodded. He held Dugu Yen-er's hand and turned to leave. Hey. Teacher Wang was anxious. These two children. Why are they so stubborn? The three teachers came over to persuade them. Pu Guanshan also apologized with a guilty look on his face. "Hey, my subordinates are really too ignorant. Please don't mind them. Sigh, I've spoiled them all these years. This is really embarrassing for me. Please come in. I'll propose a toast to the two of you as an apology." Pu Guanshan seemed amiable and humble. His words were full of the intention to persuade them to stay. How could Yu Moyan and Dugu Yen-er not know that it was impossible for them to leave in such a situation? What they did just now was just an attempt, hoping for a fluke. If they persisted, it would only cause the other party to turn hostile on the spot, and there would be less room to maneuver. The two of them entered the hall unwillingly with displeased expressions. Dugu Yen-er prayed silently. She hoped that the message had been sent out so that her friends in the group, especially Zhua and Li Chenglong, would be able to tell that something was wrong. However, even if the message was sent out, the distance was too far. At this moment, a banquet was set up in the hall. 4 other people were waiting. These are the brothers in charge of Baishan City. Pu Guanshan laughed and introduced them to the others. "This is Yun Piaoliu, this is Feng Wuhan, this is Yun Piaolai, and this is Feng Wui." Chapter 870. The 4 of them looked like they were in their 30s. They were handsome, tall, and elegant. However, their cultivations didn't seem to be low, but their words were rather humble. They stepped forward to greet the crowd, and their manners were gentle. The guests and the host sat down. "These are the specialties of White Mountain." Pu Guanshan laughed heartily as he introduced the dishes one by one. Every dish was a rare delicacy that could not be seen outside. "This is the unique wine of White Mountain City, Drunk Hero." Pu Guanshan chuckled and said, Come. It's your first time here. You should try this wine. It's the Drunk Hero's unique wine from White Mountain City. I believe everyone has heard of it. But these jars were made by me more than 100 years ago. No matter if you're a hero or a cultivator, you'll get drunk after drinking my wine. Come, let's have a taste. Let's see how good this uncouth man is and whether he's worthy of the Drunk Hero's name. Pu Guanshan invited them enthusiastically. Ha, the old mountain master hasn't taken out the Drunk Hero for many years. I can't believe that thanks to Brother Yu, I can finally taste it. Yun Piaoliu laughed and praised, "You two don't know, but this wine is the best in the world." The expressions and eyes of the 4 people changed slightly the moment the wine was taken out. Especially Yun Piaoliu, a trace of lust flashed in his eyes. Yu Moyan took a deep breath and brought the wine in front of him. A strong desire to drink rose in his heart. Just by smelling the wine, he felt that his and Dugu Er's two-winged heart sutra was automatically accelerated. The telepathy between them was extremely clear. This wine had such a magical effect. Wang Qingbo laughed and said, Moyin, Yen this wine is rare. It's the collection of Mountain Master Pu. It's good for your cultivation and two-winged heart sutra. 1 cup is enough for you to break through. Drink it, ha. Teacher Wang's face was filled with joy, as if he was happy for Mo Yen and his disciple. His voice was trembling. Yu Moyin thought for a moment and said in a low voice, I never drink wine. Never drink. Yun Piaoliu glanced at Dugu Yen Er's face and said, even if you're not good at drinking, you can try the old city lord's cooking. Just 1 cup won't hurt. Yu Moyin pressed down on the wine cup and said, I'm sorry, I've never touched a drop of wine. What's the big deal about having a taste? You won't even give me this much face. Feng Wui frowned, and his voice carried a hint of coercion. Yu Moyin refused to budge. Not even 1 cup. Mr. Wang said, Mo Yen, it's okay to have a drink. Yu Moyin said faintly, I'm allergic to alcohol. Just 1 sip and I'll have a heart attack. Feng Wui narrowed his eyes. Are you really not going to give me face? Mo Yen said, no matter how big your reputation is, it's not worth my life. If I don't drink it, I won't drink it. If I really drink it to death, will you pay me back with your life? Wind Without Trace said slowly, so stubborn. What if I force you to drink? I've never seen a strange person who died after drinking a cup. Yu Moyin said, you can try. Mr. Wang's face darkened. Moyin, don't be stubborn. Have a drink. Yu Moyin narrowed his eyes and turned to Mr. Wang. He said in a low voice, Mr. Wang, I have to drink this cup of wine. Wang Qingbo said, it's just a cup. Yu Moyin said, this cup of wine, can it really make our 2 wings together break through? Wang Qingbo said, of course. Yu Moyin said, how can you be so sure, Mr. Wang? Wang Qingbo paused, and a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. Moyin, don't you believe me? Yu Moyin nodded slowly. I believe you. I'll drink. Mo Yen raised his wine cup and took a deep breath. Everyone smiled and nodded. That's right. Yun Piaoliu, Feng Wui, and Feng Wui all stared at Yu Moyin's cup of wine. Pu Guanshan also stared. This wine, as long as this kid drank a cup, it would be enough. 2 hearts connected, they could completely connect. Moreover, it was a pair of peerless geniuses. Intermediate Cloud Transformation Stage 1st year and Intermediate Cloud Transformation Stage 2nd year. A pair of Cloud Transformation Stage geniuses under the age of 20. What a gift from the heavens. What a great opportunity. Yu Moyin raised his head, and everyone's expression relaxed. Swoosh. At this moment, Yu Moyin splashed the cup of wine on Yun Piaoliu's face. His sword moved like the wind, and a ray of light pierced into Mr. Wang's heart. Immediately, the energy in front of his chest dispersed, and the void transformation stone showed its effect. With a boom, Mr. Wang's body was kicked out, crashing into Pu Guanshan. Yu Moyin's body suddenly floated out, and in an instant, he was at the entrance of the main hall. Obviously, they were about to succeed, obviously catching a turtle in a jar. No one would have thought that Yu Moyin would suddenly attack. Moreover, the moment he attacked, it was against someone from the same side. Kid, you dare. Pu Guanshan's reaction was extremely fast. His body flew up like an eagle, and mixed with the power to confine space, he fiercely struck out with his palm. However, the void transformation stone's effect had been fully activated. Although he had successfully captured the traces of Yu Moyin's figure, he could no longer capture Yu Moyan's following movements. Yu Moyan managed to dodge the attack. However, the impact of the shock wave was real. Yu Moyan violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body went numb. Fortunately, one of the elixirs under his tongue melted immediately, and his body flew out like a meteor. Duge Yen floated up, pulled out her sword and blocked in front of Pu Guanshan, and stabbed with her sword. Two figures flew out like the wind, closely following Yu Moyan's figure, and disappeared together. Feng Wu Hen, Feng Wu Yi. Not good, he has the void transformation stone on him. You can't find him. Seal the space. Feng Wu Yi shouted. Countless white figures responded to the call, and rose up, searching in all directions. Pu Guanshan's furious voice sounded, raise the heaven ceiling cover, seal by Shan City. I want to see, where can Amir Jr. escape to? He was also very curious, with Yu Moyan's cloud transformation stage cultivation, how could he escape from the main hall? Only when he heard Feng Wu Yi's shout did he understand. He didn't expect this kid to have a treasure like the void transformation stone on him. But so what, the heaven ceiling cover had already been raised, even if Yu Moyan had great abilities, he couldn't escape from this old man's territory, from this old man's palm. Capture this woman. Pu Guanshan ordered. Yu Moyan didn't drink the cup of wine in the end, and this was the most annoying situation. Duge Yen didn't resist, the enemies here were either Fei Tian or Gue Xian Yushin, her resistance was meaningless. It was better to wait and see, preserve her strength, and wait for help. She stopped Pu Guanshan just now to let Yu Moyan escape. Now that Yu Moyan had escaped, she didn't care anymore. She just sat there calmly, allowing the two white figures to stand behind her. She turned to look at the other two teachers without blinking, and said word by word, why? The two teachers' faces showed shame, and they couldn't say anything. The sound of heavy breathing came from the side. Teacher Wang was hit by Yu Moyan's sword, he was caught off guard, and the sword pierced through his heart, breaking his heart meridian. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to live. No one would have thought that Yu Moyan would go on a rampage and attack his own people before anything was exposed, and he was so ruthless in his attacks. Not only did he pierce through the heart, but he also used a large amount of vitality and the strongest sword energy to explode in Teacher Wang's heart. Right now, this Wang Qingbo Laosher not only had his heart shattered, his internal organs were also severely injured. With such injuries, even if an immortal were to come, he would also be helpless to do anything. After breathing heavily for a while, blood foam came out of his mouth and nose. He stomped his leg, and a wisp of soul floated out of his body, looking at Duge Yen with hatred. Duge Yen suddenly made her move, her hand surging with vital energy, and grabbed Teacher Wang's soul. She gritted her teeth. You bastard, you still want to leave your soul behind to reincarnate. With a crisp sound, Teacher Wang's soul was crushed by Duge Yen. Stop. Everyone hurriedly tried to stop Duge Yen, but Teacher Wang's soul had already turned into ashes. Just as no one had expected Yu Moyan to suddenly attack, no one had expected Duge Yen, who had always appeared to be very weak and obedient, to suddenly attack. She didn't make a move, as if she was frightened. However, she took advantage of the moment when everyone was not on guard against her to attack and suddenly annihilate Teacher Wang's remnant soul, causing his soul to be completely destroyed and consigned to eternal damnation. Yu Moyan and Duge Yen were a perfect match just based on their decisiveness in killing. Yun Piaoliu was stunned, and then he looked at Duge Yen with admiration. So you're a tiger, good temper, I like it. Yun Piaoliu said, what's the use of liking it? Yu Moyan didn't drink that cup of wine. Yun Piaoliu said lightly, under the heaven ceiling cover, there's no way Yu Moyan can escape. How big is Baishan City? We'll catch him one day. At that time, we'll force it down his throat. I don't believe he can't drink. 1 cup and he'll die. Ridiculous. It's a pity that if we force it down his throat, he won't have the happiness of having 2 hearts connected. His soul is incomplete. Yun Piaoliu felt a little regretful. Originally, I only wanted the heart's heartlock, the heart's tunnel, and the soul of the true spirit. But this woman. After I catch Yu Moyin, drink the heart's wine, and establish the heart's tunnel, I want to enjoy her first. Yun Piaoliu said excitedly, it should be different from other women's experiences. At that time, the husband and wife are of the same mind. As the heart channel is fully formed, Yu Moyin on the other side can clearly know what happened to his wife and how she felt. It will be very interesting. Chapter 871. Yun Piaolai coughed and said, let's catch Yu Moyin first. Let's not cause any more trouble. Yun Piaolai laughed and turned around. Mountain Lord Pu, thank you for your hard work these years. This pair is the best pair. Although there are some mistakes, it is just a process. As long as we get a good result, it will not be a problem. Pu Guanshan smiled. As long as the 4 young masters are satisfied, Pu Guanshan can get as many as you want. Yun Piaolai and Yun Piaolai laughed. Take this Lady Dugu away first. Don't forget to lock her dantian. Watch her closely. Don't let her explode or commit suicide. You have experience with this, right? Yun Piaolai laughed. Of course. We have everything under control. Pu Guanshan laughed. But young Master Feng is really knowledgeable. That Yu Moyin suddenly rushed out and you didn't even sense it. I didn't think that he would have such a treasure. Pu Guanshan laughed, then his eyes were burning. Is it really the legendary Void Transformation Stone? Yun Piaolai smiled faintly and said, it is normal that you don't know about it. After all, it only exists in legends. But we are different. How many years have our Feng and Yun families been in this world? Ha! What do you not know about it? Yun Piaolai couldn't hide his sense of superiority from his tone. In our families, there is a description of these treasures. Basically, in the entire continent, there is nothing left out. And the descendants must remember it too. Otherwise, it would be a pity to miss the treasure in front of them. That Yu Moyin's aura was already very weak. When it suddenly exploded during the battle, it should have been the time when his senses were at their strongest. However, he suddenly couldn't sense it. Then, other than the void-changing stone, there is no other explanation. As for spatial transformation stones, they also exist in our clan. Ha! Yun Piaolai smiled faintly. In fact, he didn't think about the void transformation stone at that moment. But after Feng Wuyi mentioned it, he realized it. But it didn't stop him from showing off in front of Pu Guanshan. Pu Guanshan sighed. They all say that it is a family, but a real old family is really hard to imagine. This kind of power can be shown in any aspect. Yun Piaoliu smiled faintly. He looked calm and cool. This void transformation stone. If we can capture Yu Moyin. Pu Guanshan was a little envious. This is a void transformation stone. Mountain Lord Pu, you can forget about it. Yun Piaoliu smiled faintly and said in a condescending tone, I am afraid that even us brothers would compete with Feng Wuhen and Feng Wuyi. This is a rare good thing. He gave Mount Pu Guanshan a meaningful look. His meaning was clear. You, Mount Pu Guan, want such a rare treasure. He was thinking too much. Pu Guanshan smiled awkwardly. This paragraph was added at the last minute. It has more than 600 words. He originally thought that there was no need to explain. After all, he was the descendant of the 7 swords of the ancient family Dao League. It was normal for him to have such knowledge. But I can't think of so many things that I don't understand, so I can only explain. On this day, Zhou Xiaoduo waited until 10:30. Only when he saw Yu Moyan's message saying that he was safe today did he relax. It seemed that his uneasiness was because Gao Qiao was in danger. Now that he had helped Gao Qiao resolve the danger, there shouldn't be any more problems. Since Yu Moyan was safe, and Long Yusheng and the others were safe, he had seen their fortune before leaving. Then he was relieved. He would wait for Yu Moyan's message tomorrow. Then he placed his phone on the tea table to receive the message. He entered the Void Destruction Tower to cultivate. No matter if it was cultivation or hammering skills, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he was lacking in many aspects. Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation had reached the peak of the cloud transformation realm. The cloud energy in his dantian had already formed and was densely packed. Compared to ordinary cloud transformation realm cultivators, it was much stronger. Normally, when a person was cultivating, there would only be a thin layer of cloud mist floating in their meridians. But the cloud qi that was circulating in Zhou Xiaoduo's meridians was so dense that it made people's hair stand on end. The fiery red cloud qi was flowing continuously without any pause, and there wasn't any break in the cloud qi. It was the true meaning of cloud transformation. And it was the Flaming Sun true energy cloud transformation based on the Flaming Sun scripture. This quality was more than 100 times stronger than ordinary cloud transformation realm cultivators. And the cultivation of the sun and moon hammering skill had reached a crucial point. The intersection of yin and yang, the combination of hardness and gentleness. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered as he worked hard to cultivate the sun and moon hammering skill. This mental cultivation skill was not only different from ordinary hammering skills, but the path of cultivation was also very strange. It was completely different from the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. I can't do it. Zhou Xiaoduo studied it again and again in distress. I can't do it completely. This matter is really strange. He already had some experience. If it was a slight change, he could do it. But if it was a complete combination of hardness and gentleness, the intersection of yin and yang, it was hard to continue. I still have confidence in my meridians. With the width and flexibility of my meridians, if I can't do it, then it will be even harder for others. Can the person who created this set of hammering skills really achieve the intersection of yin and yang? Hardness and gentleness. This is a hammer. A hammer that weighs more than 10,000 kilograms. I am very doubtful. If I force it, I will easily cause my spirit to go against the flow, and my meridians to explode. But if I don't force it, how can I do it? Zhou Xiaoduo's current cultivation, strength, knowledge, and experience were already very good. His considerations were also very reasonable. It was also a fact, not an aimless shot. Here, I need to mention the origin of the sun and moon hammering skill. The creator of the sun and moon hammering skill, the thunder hammering god, was a figure of the same era as Zhou Chonglu. He also used hammers, and could be called an outstanding talent of his time. At a certain stage, he and the Flood Witch of the Wu people were the 2 peak hammering masters of the world. But as his cultivation increased, he was always weaker than the Flood Witch. When he faced many opponents of the same level, he was always defeated. This situation was unacceptable for the thunder hammering god, who had reached the peak. In the last period of his life, he had been studying, and the sun and moon hammering skill was created by him under this background atmosphere. But the thunder hammering god clearly knew that the hammering skill he created had a major flaw. Human meridians couldn't withstand the intersection of heaven and earth, and the convergence of yin and yang. In order to prove his idea, he challenged the Flood Witch, and in the battle with the Flood Witch, he used the sun and moon hammering skill without any scruples. On the day of the battle, the Flood Witch was shocked by the stunning hammering skill. The Flood Witch was excited, and she even studied the hammering skill with the Thunder Hammering God while fighting. She suppressed her cultivation to the same level as the Thunder Hammering God, and they were evenly matched in the battle. The Flood Witch also hoped that this unprecedented hammering skill could perfectly appear in the world. This was also a huge improvement for her. At that time, Emperor Zhai Xing was also watching the battle. In this battle, the Thunder Hammering God, who had always been at the bottom of the same level, used the Sun and Moon hammering skill to be on par with the Flood Witch. He even used the hammering skill to the stage of combining hardness and softness, and the convergence of yin and yang. At one point, the Flood Witch was at a disadvantage, and she was in a difficult situation like never before. It could even be said that the Thunder Hammering God had won this battle. Because when the Thunder Hammering God used the last move, the Sun and Moon shining together, he had already forced the Flood Witch into a situation where she was bound to lose, and the Flood Witch had no choice but to use the extreme cultivation that far exceeded the Thunder Hammering God's cultivation realm, and only then did she force him to retreat. But because of this, the burden on the Thunder Hammering God was even more severe, and he could no longer resist the backlash of the hammering skill, and all the meridians in his body exploded, and he died. Moreover, because of the reverse impact of his divine soul, the yin and yang energy that went astray exploded in his body. In the end, he didn't even leave a word behind, and just disappeared like that. This could be said to be the most regretful thing in the Flood Witch's life. The Flood Witch rarely lost in her life, and it was not bad to lose. But this person who almost gave her a defeat couldn't continue because of his own reasons, and it was a very regretful thing, and she kept saying that it was a pity. And the Emperor Zhai Xing, who had witnessed this battle with his own eyes, engraved the scene of the Sun and Moon hammering technique suppressing the Thousand Souls nightmare hammer deeply in his heart. After that, he went to the Thunder Hammering God's residence and found the secret book of the Sun and Moon hammering technique. He studied it from the shallow to the deep, and he sorted it out until the Thunder Hammering God's final stage. With the Emperor Zhai Xing's own cultivation attainment, he naturally noticed the major problems in the process of studying it, but another undeniable fact was that as long as he mastered it, he would be invincible in the world. So the Emperor Zhai Xing had always kept it in his hands. This time, he asked Wu Taijiang to send it over because he wanted Sui Xiao Duo to try it, and that was why he warned that there were major flaws in it, but it could be used as a reference, and it should not be practiced by force. In the Emperor Zhai Xing's opinion, Sui Xiaoduo's talent, foundation, and luck were all far above the Thunder Hammering God, and they both used hammers as their basic weapons. If he could perfect this hammering skill, even if he didn't perfect it, as long as he could comprehend a little more, it would be a great achievement. Sui Xiaoduo studied it hard, but the more he studied, the more he felt that it was impossible. He simply sat down cross-legged, and his spirit energy turned into clouds and condensed into a few illusory human figures. The different mental cultivation paths of various hammering skills were marked on these figures. The paths of spirit energy flowed from the starting point to the path back to the Dantian. The key lies in this path. It flows in reverse from here. And another meridian flows in reverse at this moment, so it can create a combination of hardness and gentleness, and it's no different from ice and fire traveling in the same path. As for the Thousand Souls hammer, 8-directional storm hammer, heaven and earth hammer, there are no changes in this aspect. No, the Thousand Souls hammer is also special in this aspect. The related meridians all squeeze in, and then converge and flow in reverse. And with such convergence, the strength and explosive power instantly increase by more than 10 times. Chapter 872. This is the most frightening part of the Thousand Spirits hammer. It is already moving in the opposite direction when exerting force. Coupled with the ferocious moves, it is invincible. But the sun and moon hammer is moving in the opposite direction here. It has added soft force. But how do the hard and soft force complement each other? How do the yin and yang forces harmonize? Is it really possible to move in the opposite direction here? How can it be smooth and without any drawbacks? Sua Xiaoduo pondered. The hammer has a sequence. If this is the key point, then can we create a sequence? For example, the hammer in the left hand is the heavy hammer, and the hammer in the right hand is the soft hammer. The hammer in the right hand is slower than the hammer in the left hand. After all, the left and right meridians are different, although they will eventually return to the dantian. In other words, if I move in the opposite direction from here and then explode out, the turning point will naturally be empty. At this time, the soft force will pass through at full speed, and the hammer in the right hand will attack softly. Is this feasible? If this is the case, the body will be divided into two halves. And it will be two extreme halves that can explode at any time. How can I harmonize and not have any drawbacks? Sua Xiaoduo frowned and studied hard. He still couldn't understand this problem. Let's try. Real knowledge comes from practice. I have to put it into practice in the end. Sua Xiaoduo stood up. He waved the 9-9 cat hammer according to the route he imagined. The hammer in the left hand rushed out in a violent manner. Immediately, the air was smashed and roared. Then, the hammer in the right hand slowly moved in the opposite direction with soft force. It passed through the opposite direction at full speed. Sure enough, it felt like a soft whip. It's done. It works. After a brief moment of pleasant surprise, a tearing sensation struck him like lightning. It was the feeling of his meridians suddenly splitting apart, as if his entire body had been forcefully twisted. It was an extremely strange and terrifying tearing pain. As an expert in cultivation, how could Sua Xiaoduo not know that his meridians had been seriously injured at this moment? But he was very excited in his heart. It works. Now, it was just a tearing sprain of his meridians. It was not an explosive injury. With the heaven-mending stone in his body, this kind of injury was not worth mentioning. Sua Xiaoduo continued to study it. After a long period of experimentation, he gave up on the other hammer arts, leaving only the paths of the Thousand Spirits hammer and the Sun and Moon hammer. He tried his best to experiment again and again. Slowly. As he continued to fine-tune it, he began to get a feel for it. But in the process of continuous testing, he had already torn and sprained his meridians more than 20 times. This was definitely the pinnacle of hammering techniques. But at the same time, it could be said that in the entire world, other than Sua Xiaoduo, no one else, not even the Flood Witch or the Sky Sentinel Throne, would be able to do such research. The healing effects of the divine mending stone were really too heaven-defying. If he didn't have the heaven-mending stone in his hands, Sua Xiaoduo wouldn't dare to do this no matter what. Finally. Sua Xiaoduo's left and right hands were clearly separated as he performed the hammering technique. If someone was watching from the side, they would probably feel a severe sense of weightlessness. One hammer was as heavy as a mountain, and the other was as soft as a willow catkin. Just looking at it would make people feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. In the beginning, Sua Xiaoduo's hammering speed was still very slow. His meridians hadn't adapted to this kind of operating frequency. Slowly, the hammering speed became faster and faster. But Sua Xiaoduo still felt that he was in a daze. He wasn't used to it at all. He was used to that kind of violent output. When it suddenly became gentle, it would naturally give rise to this kind of feeling. Moreover, it was extremely incoherent. What's more, there was still a need for a small pause in the middle of the transition. Otherwise, the meridians would still tear. He could only slowly get used to it and adapt. After that, he still needed to continue to experiment and adjust. But Xiaoduo could already feel that this kind of hammering technique could resist and defend against any kind of attack as long as it could truly achieve the combination of hardness and gentleness and the convergence of yin and yang. If he could go one step further and achieve the exchange of yin and yang at any time, this hammering technique would shock the entire continent. He continuously waved his hammers, carefully comprehending and seriously experiencing it. He didn't know when, but suddenly, his heart was moved, and his chest became hot. The broken jade pendant that had disappeared in his body for a long time suddenly flew out with a buzzing sound. On it, there were 2 yin and yang fishes, one black and one white, swimming rapidly in a cheerful manner. After circling around Xiaoduo's chest for a few times, a black light and a white light suddenly separated from each other and penetrated the 2 cat hammers. Then, the jade pendant disappeared into his chest again. Xiaoduo wasn't very surprised at this moment. Instead, he was more frightened and surprised. This master hasn't moved for a long time. I thought he had melted in my body. It turns out that he hasn't. But what are you trying to do by coming out and making such a scene? But he was in the midst of comprehending the hammering technique. With the integration of the yin and yang fishes, some inspiration seemed to have been stimulated. Xiaoduo couldn't stop for a while. Of course, he didn't want to stop either. As the sledgehammers continued to dance, Xiaoduo vaguely felt that a force field, one yin and one yang, one hard and one soft, was slowly forming. If there was someone watching from the side, they would be able to clearly see that on the edge of the strong wind that Xiaoduo was dancing, half black and half white circles were forming. They were like 2 huge yin-yang fishes, swimming in circles in a lively manner. It was also at this moment that something even more unexpected happened to Xiaoduo. In the sea of consciousness, the 2 tender little gourds, one black and one white, which were swimming in the endless sea of life energy of the gourd vines, suddenly flew up and flew out of the sea of consciousness like streamers. With 2 whooshing sounds, the small black gourd entered the hammer in Xiaoduo's left hand, and the small white gourd entered the hammer in his right hand. After another 3 moves, Xiaoduo keenly felt that there was a subtle connection between him and his hammer, as if their souls were connected. The sledgehammer seemed to be weightless all of a sudden, and his whole body suddenly relaxed. At the same time, his meridians were unobstructed, and there was no longer any stagnation between the transformations and the reverse flow. It was as if the 2 sledgehammers suddenly had a life of their own. The slight pause, the tearing of his meridians, all of them were no longer there. Xiaoduo even heard the 2 small gourds calling out happily in the sledgehammers, "Mommy." Their voices were tender. Upon hearing this, Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, and then, he quivered. I'm a mother again. And this time, there are 2 of them at once. Am I going to walk further and further on the path of being a mother, and never come back? Be good. Come out and let mommy take a look. 2 small gourds, one black and one white, emerged from the sledgehammers. They were small and exquisite, and they bounced on the sledgehammers. Xiaoduo twitched the corner of his mouth. Why are you so shameless? Just like this. The 2 small gourds called out together, "Mommy is so rude." Xiaoduo's heart instantly melted. Their voices were too tender. "We haven't grown up yet," the white gourd said, holding its breath. Xiaoduo could almost see a cute little girl pouting her lips for a long time. "Only when you grow up will you be shameless," the black gourd explained in a childish voice. All right. Xiaoduo said happily. "Why did you run into the sledgehammers?" The white gourd said softly, "Mommy, didn't you always want us to come in?" The black gourd said in a childish voice, "We liked the yin-yang rhythm just now, so we came in." Xiaoduo understood that the white gourd should be a girl, and the black gourd should be a boy. However, it seemed that the black gourd was more straightforward, and he said it directly, while the white gourd was obviously a little scheming. Do you like it inside the sledgehammers? Swish-Xiao Duo was a little worried. Will it be nutritious? It's okay. We usually go back to the Sea of Vitality to rest. We only come here when mommy is fighting. The black gourd was obviously a simple-minded person, and he said whatever was on his mind. Little Gio is really stupid. The white gourd was a little angry, and it turned its head away angrily. Hence, the tender dragon head on its head turned around. The black gourd said in a childish voice, "What did I do?" The white gourd said angrily, "You said everything. Mommy knows everything now." Humph. The black gourd turned its body sideways and said in a childish voice, "But mommy will know sooner or later, right? Anyway, you are stupid." Stupid. The white gourd was very angry. The black gourd was a little confused, and it still did not know what it said wrong. Swish-Xiao Duo was very fond of the two gourds, and said, "Then, if you enter the sledgehammers and help me fight, will you get hurt?" The white gourd was about to say something, but the black gourd said proudly, "We won't get hurt." Humph. The white gourd was angry again. This stinky little Anine had directly revealed all of his secrets. At first, he wanted to say that he would get hurt, and then let his mommy pity him by hugging and kissing him. Swish-Xiao Duo laughed and took the two gourds in his hands. He kissed each of them and said, "That's great. That's great." The black gourd said in disdain, "Mommy, you have so much saliva." The white gourd said shyly, "Mommy, kiss me again." Hence, Swish-Xiao Duo kissed it twice more. The black gourd said in disdain, and the white gourd said shyly, and wanted to kiss it again. It said softly, "Mommy's beard is really prickly." Mommy's beard is really prickly. Swish-Xiao Duo was shocked by this sentence. However, after a few kisses, the white gourd was obviously in a good mood, and it started to spin in circles in Swish-Xiao Duo's palm, and even jumped. "Mommy, I will kiss you again when my mouth grows out." "Okay, okay. Mommy will wait." Swish-Xiao Duo was very comforted. "By the way, what are your names?" Swish-Xiao Duo suddenly became a mother, and she could not help but want to name her son and daughter. "My name is Bai," the white gourd said. "My name is Joe," the black gourd said. Swish-Xiao Duo was puzzled. "Bai?" The white gourd said softly, "Not Bai, Bai." Chapter 873. Bai. Swish-Xiao Duo was confused. "You're called Bai?" 3 words. "Yes, Mom is so smart." "Is Joe a wine for drinking?" "Mom is so smart." "You guessed it right again." Swish-Xiao Duo understood that both of them had names. As for why they were called Bai, they had an in it. It was probably because it didn't sound good for a girl to be called Little Bai, so they made it sound homophonic. As for Joe, it was even easier to understand. He was ranked 9th, and it showed that he was different. "What abilities do both of you have?" Swish-Xiao Duo asked attentively. "We," Bai said softly, "can only stay in this hammer for now and fight with Mom." "Anything else?" Swish-Xiao Duo asked expectantly. "Anything else?" Bai wanted to say something but stopped. The black gourd Gio was straightforward and announced proudly, "We don't know anything else." Bai snorted unhappily. Swish-Xiao Duo was also shocked. "What do you mean by that? How can you be so proud? We're still young." Bai said softly, "We'll be very useful in the future." The black gourd Gio said in a childish voice, "We'll be very powerful in the future." Swish-Xiao Duo said expectantly, then you'll grow up quickly, right? Yes, yes, Bai agreed. The Geo said straightforwardly, we'll be able to grow up after we finish drinking that sea. Sua Xiao Duo was speechless. Bai snorted again because of the Geo's straightforwardness. Seeing that Sua Xiao Duo was a little disappointed, little Geo seemed to think for a moment and said, Mommy, you're using it the wrong way. When hammering, you have to use the two yin and yang energies together to form a true yin and yang rhythm. Little White grunted a few times and also nodded, indicating that little Geo's words made sense. Yin-yang qi. Yin-yang rhythm. Sua Xiao Duo scratched his head. Those two fish were yin and yang qi. Sua Xiao Duo began hammering again after coaxing the two little ancestors back into the hammer. Sure enough, after the two yin and yang qi were connected with the Dantian's vitality, they naturally separated into two sides, and the spirit qi was completely unblocked. As the hammer struck out, it became a combination of hardness and gentleness without any hindrance, a power where yin and yang intersected. Sua Xiao Duo only felt that his body and mind were at ease. He was indescribably happy, and all the discomfort from before was gone. This was a kind of comfort that came from thoroughly mastering through a comprehensive study. There was no longer any sluggish feeling of safety and harmony. One yin and one yang, two completely different types of spiritual qi rose from the Dantian, each passing through a certain meridian route. Suddenly, they rushed up in the opposite direction, advancing side by side without the slightest distinction. Everything happened naturally, and when the conditions were right, success was achieved. No matter if it was hard and fierce, soft and gentle, or a combination of hard and soft, they could all be done with just a thought. A brand new martial arts hall suddenly opened up in front of his eyes, and his field of vision was unprecedentedly vast. Sua Xiao Duo continued to swing the hammer, feeling the new atmosphere. The more he struck, the more comfortable he felt. He could clearly feel that his vitality and spirit qi did not increase in the slightest. However, compared to before, his battle strength had increased by more than 10 times. This was a true pinnacle technique. From Sua Xiaoduo's point of view, with his current cloud transformation realm cultivation strength, even if he were to fight against an ordinary profound returning realm expert. Or rather, all profound returning realm experts were no match for him. In other words, he was already the strongest person under the sky realm. With regards to this point, Sua Xiao Duo was confident that he was not blindly arrogant, but rather, he was truly confident. Thinking of this, Sua Xiao Duo could not help but sigh. If he had this kind of strength a month ago, then why would Grandma Shi and Principal Qing have to die in battle? Even if he was not strong enough to compete with a Sky Realm expert, he would be able to contend with them and delay them until the experts on his side came to help. When it's time to use knowledge, one will regret not having enough. When it's time to use martial arts, one will realize it's not enough. Sua Xiao Duo practiced his hammer technique for a while more before switching to absorbing the high-grade Astral Soul's jade. He pushed his cultivation to the boundary point of the third suppression, and then completed the third suppression. He suppressed until his Dantian was empty like bamboo before leaving the Tower of Annihilation. His whole body was relaxed, and his mind was clear. His whole body was light as a feather, as if he was about to fly. He could not help but want to sing a song to vent his joy at this moment. However, when he came out, he saw Li Chenglong sitting in the living room with an anxious expression. Sua Xiao Duo was stunned for a moment, and said, "Didn't you go out to train? Why are you suddenly back?" "Something happened. Something big happened." Li Chenglong sighed, and said anxiously, "I've been back for an hour. Why did you only come out now? What happened?" Sua Xiaoduo's expression suddenly tensed up, and that unknown feeling of irritation came again. Could it be? Yu Moyan and Dugu Yen are in trouble. Li Chenglong turned on his phone and said, "Look at the group." Sui Xiaoduo's expression changed, and he asked, "What happened?" The next moment, De Guyen's voice came from the phone. "This Baishan city is really beautiful." Although the meaning of his words was praise, the hidden meaning in his tone could be heard by anyone. It was full of nervousness, fear, and a cry for help. This message itself was the most urgent signal for help. "Let's go." Sui Xiaoduo stood up immediately. Everyone has seen this news. As soon as they saw it, they took action. Pai Yibao, Gao Qiao, Yu Yan, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing are already on their way there. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu have also set off from the capital. Li Zhongming has also set off from Dragon Soul High Marshal. Li Chenglong stood up and said, "I've prepared a plan for all kinds of situations, and I've also planned a route for them. I've already prepared this on my way back. But why didn't I think of it? On the contrary, you haven't done anything, so I had to rush back and tell you in person." Li Chenglong was speechless, and he sighed, and said, "I've already made such a big noise just now, and you still didn't hear it. I'm amazed." Looking at the huge gong on the ground, Sui Xiaoduo was also speechless. Without further ado, the two of them soared into the sky together. "Gong gong, I'd better not go with you. It's faster for me to go alone. If I go with you, you can't keep up with me, and I can't walk fast with you. It's a waste of time. Help is the most important thing. I'll go first." Sui Xiaoduo directly leaped and disappeared, leaving only a sentence, "But I believe that you can still be faster than them. You can catch up with them first. We'll meet in Baishan City." "Okay." Sui Xiaoduo's body quickly turned into a black dot in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the black dot was nowhere to be seen. Li Chenglong sighed, but he didn't delay and rushed at his maximum speed. He sighed, "Zhua is really too fast. If all men were as fast as him, it would be the end of the world." As Sui Xiaoduo said, if Sui Xiaoduo went first, he could make a noise and rush to the rescue in the shortest time possible. Then, he would bring the others and discuss what to do next. However, the prerequisite for the follow-up was that one person must arrive first and make a noise to make the enemy hesitate, and also give Yu Moyan and Du Guyen confidence and hope to overcome the difficulties together. If everyone rushed over together, they would have to take care of the slowest person, and their speed would be much slower. Sui Xiaoduo rushed at full speed while reading the messages in the group. First, Li Chenglong had everyone. Obviously, he had made the arrangements immediately after they separated. The first sentence that Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu said was, "I've already left Shangjing City with Xiu." Then Li Zhongming said in the group, "We've already left." Then Gao Qiao said, "Yan Xiang Chong, and I have already met up with Xiang Bing. We're on our way." His phone showed that he had a few missed calls and a few unanswered voice messages. "Mo Yen, you must hold on. We're coming." Sui Xiaoduo increased his strength again. He switched between Thousand Miles Bright Moon and Tianyuan Escape, and his whole body turned into a white line in the sky. In the sky, meteors fell like rain, shining brightly. Sui Xiaoduo flew in the sky full of meteors. When he stopped to rest for a while, Sui Xiaoduo was already 3,500 miles away from Fenghai City. After taking a sip of spiritual origin water, Sui Xiaoduo suddenly remembered that the destination of Sui Xiaonian's mission seemed to be Heishui City. White Mountain and Heishui City were not far from each other. If Sui Xiaonian could come to his rescue, she would be his greatest help. Without hesitation, Sui Xiaoduo sent a message to Sui Xiaonian, "I'm going to Whitehead Mountain, White Mountain City. Yu Moyan is in trouble." Then, he sent a message to Yi Changqing. The people on his side did not know how dangerous Yu Moyan's situation was, and whether his small team had enough ability to deal with the danger. It was too reckless and impatient to come out so rashly. What if the enemy's strength was beyond his expectations? What if he was useless? Not only would he be in danger, but it would also be worse if he couldn't save Yu Moyan and his wife. He might even bring Li Chenglong and the others to their deaths. Principal Yi, we are rushing to Whitehead Mountain, White Mountain City. Something happened over there. Do you have any reliable help over there? Yi Changqing quickly replied to the message. Regarding this matter, Li Chenglong had told him immediately. He had also contacted Marshal Dongfang immediately. Marshal Dongfang was in contact with Northern Marshal Bei Gonghao. There would definitely be reinforcements in the future. Sui Xiaoduo was a little relieved. While running, he was racking his brains. What help did he have? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his foundation was too weak. There was an unexpected turn of events, and they actually couldn't find any powerful helpers. What he did not know was that after Yi Changqing asked Marshal Dongfang for help, he was worried that Marshal Dongfang would not take it seriously. So, he called Marshal Nan. After all, Yi Changqing knew very well that maybe other people did not know about Sui Xiaoduo's background. But Nan Jingqian definitely knew. I'll do my best. Update 5. I want more, but I have not saved enough this month. Everyone, please support the monthly votes. Chapter 874. This was because Sui Xiaoduo's dragon blood flying dagger and flaming sun sutra were both given to him by Nan Jingqian. There must be some connection between the two. Marshal Nan, there's something I need to report to you. What is it? Sui Xiaoduo has left Fenghai City and is rushing to Baishan City of Whitehead Mountain at full speed. It's said that a friend of his is in trouble there. It's urgent, so he asked me for help. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Marshal Nan. Nan Jingqian hung up the phone and immediately called Bei Gonghao. Bei Gong, do you know Baishan City of Whitehead Mountain? Baishan City. I know. Bei Gonghao was puzzled. Why did Nan Jingqian suddenly ask about this? Therefore, he said, Baishan City is currently guarded by Pugwenshin. Pugwenshin was originally a member of the Pu clan in the capital. Later, because the Pu clan committed a crime, he was sent to Baishan City to guard it all year round to atone for his crime. However, Pugwenshin cultivates a cold attribute cultivation technique. If he goes to Baishan City, it's unknown whether it's a blessing or a curse. Baishan City is adjacent to the Dao League. It's said that the two Taoists of the Dao League, Feng and Yun, are from there. Pugwenshin is at the forefront of the Dao League's activities. What's wrong? What's the matter? Bei Gonghao asked. What's Pugwenshin's cultivation level now? Nan Jingqian asked. Sky Soar Realm. Bei Gonghao said, his father used to be a subordinate of Qin Sha, but he died in battle. After banishing him to Whitehead Mountain, this guy created a Baishan city and called it the Baishan Gate. He's a hero of a region. From the looks of it, he's already out of the control of the military. Bei Gonghao's voice was full of disdain. As the Marshal of the North, he could only snort at Pugwenshin's actions. How shameless was he? A hero of a region. Did he really think he was a governor? However, Bei Gonghao was aware of Pu Guanshan's attitude towards the Yanwu Empire. Something might have happened over there, Nan Jingqian said. You know that Sui Xiaoduo from the Hidden Dragon High School, right? Oh, that little genius. Bei Gonghao did not mind and said, he is indeed a good seedling. Sui Xiaoduo is already on his way there. I hope that you will pay close attention to the aftermath of this matter. If the situation is not right, you have to intervene immediately. Nan Jingqian said, everything else is secondary. We must ensure the safety of Sua Xiaoduo. At all costs. Bei Gonghao was immediately displeased. I'm a general at the border, not a child for you, Nan Jingqian. Besides, the battle on my side is in full swing. The soldiers are covered in blood and flesh, where would I have the time to go over there to look at the child? Nan Jingqian said, I didn't say that you should intervene directly. You should observe from the sidelines and observe the aftermath. If the situation is not good, you can intervene. Bei Gong, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. If something happens to Sua Xiaoduo on your side, your life will be over. Bei Gonghao was shocked. That can't be right. Even if the crown prince dies here, it won't be over for me, right? Nan Jingqian, are you trying to scare me? Nan Jingqian said eerily, I've always told you to think before you do anything. Your brain is full of muscles, it's no good. His name is Sua Xiaoduo. Take note, his surname is Sua. Bei Gonghao repeated this sentence in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a boom, and all the hair on his body stood up. You with the surname Nan, speak clearly. I said you don't use your brain, and you really don't use your brain. Fine, I'll make it clear to you. If something happens to this kid, even if the minister can understand you, I don't want to imagine what his mother and grandfather will do. Nan Jingqian's words were full of schadenfreude. Bei Gonghao opened his mouth wide like a hippopotamus. The minister. His mother. His grandfather. Oh my God. Sua Xiaoduo's identity hasn't been exposed. Why not? I'm sure you understand now. Nan Jingqian said. But I. Eat. Bei Gonghao was speechless. What should I do? I don't care what you do. Nan Jingqian said with relief. Fortunately, Baishan City isn't in the south. It's in the north now. That's good news. Bei Gong, you're on your own now. Before he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. However, Commander Bei Gonghao was already dumbstruck. Immediately after, he jumped up abruptly. Be on my own. How can I be on my own now? Then, as he listened to the rumbling sounds of the war outside, he slowly sat down. His boiling heart slowly calmed down. I can't leave. I'm the commander of the North. The war is intense. If I leave, it'll be over. Saber Guard. Both of you go. The void shook. A saber flashed with a cold light. Suddenly, the tip of the saber appeared in the void. Our mission is to protect your safety. Other than that, we're not allowed to leave our post. You don't participate in the war. It doesn't affect the war. However, Sua Xiaoduo's safety must be guaranteed. If he can't be protected, I'll be finished too. If you protect his safety, you'll be protecting my safety. Let me tell you something. If something really happens, even Lord Saber's spirit won't be able to bear it. Okay. We'll rush over immediately. Take note. Don't get involved directly. Watch from the sidelines. If you confirm that the target can't be dealt with, then take action. Your first priority is to ensure the target's safety. Understood. The Saber Guard's voice was cold. Let them deal with it first. When we're sure that they can't handle it, we'll take action. That's right. Go. The void shook. The Saber Guard disappeared. Bei Gonghao took a deep breath. He grabbed a handful of snow from outside the tent and wiped it on his face. He only felt a bone-piercing cold. His body trembled. He muttered, damn it. I only know now. Nan Jingqian is really mean. Such a big thing, and he didn't tell me until now. But after thinking about it, it seemed that it was useless to tell him. Besides, judging from their reactions that day, Dongfang and Shiman probably didn't know either. When he thought of this, Beigong Hao suddenly had a strange feeling that I've moved one step closer to the core. He felt refreshed. Next time, when that kid causes trouble in Dongfang and Dongfang, I must make this call and give these two guys a shock. How can I let Nan Jingqian enjoy the wonderful feeling of knowing the future and the other party being late to the game? Then, he recalled how his hair stood on end just now. Beigong Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's just that the process is really too scary. He was thinking. The phone rang. It was Commander Dongfang. He sounded a little nonchalant. Beigong, Yi Chongqing from Hidden Dragon High School just called me to ask for help. A few students seem to have gotten into trouble over there, in Baishan City. Beigong Hao snorted. What? General Dongfang, why don't you send 2 people to help? It shouldn't be a big deal. It's just a matter of students. For you, it's a piece of cake. Beigong Hao chuckled. Are you done? Commander Dongfang, what do you mean? Ha! Fortunately, I didn't receive your call first. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you. Beigong Hao snorted and said in a bad mood, you don't have to worry about it, you idiot who doesn't know anything. Commander Dongfang, ... Slap. Beigong Hao hung up the phone. He felt extremely satisfied. Dongfang, this old thing, really doesn't know anything. Ha, Dongfang, your level is not high enough. On the other side. Zhuxiaonian uprooted several problematic families on both sides of the Blackwater Bridge according to the tip-off. After confirming that the evidence was conclusive, she ordered everyone involved to be killed. Unexpectedly, this decision was opposed by Jun Chongkong. Inspector Zhua, isn't your sentence too light? Too light? What do you mean? According to the laws of the Empire, such treason should be exterminated, and the family should be exterminated. Only the people involved should be killed. I'm afraid that there will be hidden dangers if left alive. There are still people's hearts outside the law. It's a bit too much to confiscate the family's property. Those children are only a few years old. They didn't do anything wrong in the whole incident, nor were they involved. I don't want to implicate them. Zhuxiaonian really couldn't bear to do this. The evidence of this family's treason was clear and true. But how innocent were the children? The family head came forward to contact the Dao League. He sold Yenwu's important materials and smuggled them into the Dao League. Inspector Zhua should know how much is involved. The left patrol inspector couldn't possibly be unaware of how huge the transfer of benefits was, right? Even the children in their infancy can still enjoy the superiority brought by this profit. How can you say that they are not involved? If we leave them alive, we will leave hidden dangers. But implicating the entire family's old, weak, women, and children is too much. Zhuxiaonian still couldn't bear it. In the end, this matter was carried out according to Zhuxiaonian's established decision. Even if it's soft-heartedness, these children are only a few years old. We can't kill them. Jun Chongkong's words were meaningful. Since Zhuxiaonian had done it, she wouldn't regret it. But that afternoon, Jun Chongkong used this reason to talk to Zhuxiaonian in detail. Inspector Zhua, I have some ideas about how to deal with this treason family. Go ahead. The two discussed for a long time. Zhuxiaonian noticed that Inspector Jun was gradually deviating from the original topic. He started to talk about the empire, the military, and the strange things. Zhuxiaonian gradually felt impatient. What does this Inspector Jun mean? Originally, his ideas about how to deal with this treason family were reasonable. Sui Xiaoyan thought highly of him. But now, he was using this incident as a reason to change the topic. He was just talking nonsense. It was extremely boring. Jun Changkong stood tall and straight. One of his hands was always on the sword at his waist, showing his elegance. As the conversation continued, the smile on his face became gentler and gentler, like a spring breeze. Lingnian, have you ever thought about the future? Jun Changkong asked with a smile. Chapter 875. Future. Sui Xiaoyan's face was cold. She didn't have a good impression of this patrol officer Jun and only felt annoyed. She thought to herself, of course, I've thought about the future. I'll be with little doggy in the future. Humph. Little doggy will definitely find ways to take advantage of me every day. Kissing and touching is so annoying. Sob. She didn't know what kind of outrageous request he would make this time. Anyway, it's okay to dance once in a while. It's even worse not to dance with a tail and not to wear clothes. Why am I not against it now? I'm even looking forward to what kind of weird ideas he will come up with today. Ah. How can I think like this? I can't think like this. I have to act like an elder sister. I'm an ice beauty. I can't let my image fall, especially in front of outsiders. Thinking of this, Sui Xiaoyan's face couldn't help but become colder. Her aura also became colder. If Jun Changkong's cultivation wasn't higher than Sui Xiaoyan's, she wouldn't be able to bear his aura. Yes, the future. As a girl, you should think about the future. What will the future be like? What will the future be like? What will the future be like? Everything in the future. Jun Changkong sighed. He seemed to be a little disappointed as he said, "You are very free. You are not like me. My future has basically been decided since I was born. In the future, I will just be an idle prince guarding my own fief and living a life of luxury. I will slowly grow old. Even though I have some talent and made some achievements in cultivation and entered the Nine Heavens Pavilion, the most I can do is to patrol the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Because of my background, they will only send me out to do things that are not dangerous. In fact, now, for the country and the continent, the so-called imperial power is just a rich idler. Even if I'm rich and have no worries, even if I'm peerless in the eyes of the world, even if I'm in a high position, what's the point?" Jun Changkong sighed. Sui Xiaoyan nodded and said sincerely, "That's right. It's indeed a bit pitiful." Jun Changkong was a bit stunned. "Hey, are you mistaken? I'm not complaining. I'm showing off. Can't you tell? I'm trying my best to tell you about my future status, my future, and most importantly, my wealth and idleness. Can't you tell?" But what Sui Xiaoyan thought was, "You're just carrying out some unimportant tasks. Nominally, you'll be rewarded. But in fact, what's the difference between you and raising pigs? Wasn't it pitiful for a person to be raised like a pig? As for what status, what royal family, what power and power? Who cares? He himself said that he was a rich idler. That's right, wasn't he just a useless idler? Besides, he didn't earn his status by himself. What was there to show off? Say, in the past, the imperial family and the people of the imperial family were so authoritative. They ruled the world and were rich. Their words were law, and their orders were strictly enforced. All the land under the heavens belonged to the imperial family, and all the people on the shores of the land were the imperial family's subjects." Jun Changkong's voice was heroic but also desolate. "Now, sigh." Sui Xiaoyan said faintly, "How big was the imperial family in the past?" In the past, there were no less than 20 or 30 imperial families on the continent. The so-called all the land under the heavens belongs to the imperial family, and all the orders are strictly enforced was simply a pipe dream. You're ignorant. It was overthrown a few decades ago. Even their ancestral tombs were dug up. There's nothing to show off. Sui Xiaoyan said straightforwardly, the imperial family of the imperial family is just a so-so. Jun Changkong's face darkened. You don't have to be so straightforward. Today, the imperial family is not without authority. It's just that the imperial family is more valuable as a symbol. They manage and assist in the war on the continent, and make the final decision at the critical moment. That's why they're worthy of the people's worship and living a life of luxury. At the very least, the functions of the government and the people's livelihood are still carried out by the departments controlled by the imperial family. It's just that for the practical needs of the continent, the civil and military are separated. Sui Xiaoyan understood this very well. Marching and fighting wars, the safety of the continent, and the changing of the times, it's not appropriate for the imperial family to participate. The establishment of the imperial family is more to unify the people. Or there's another purpose, I'm not sure. After all, the heavenly king throne and the others can't keep an eye on the political affairs and the people's livelihood every day. They're already working too hard on the war. Also, if the heavenly king throne and the others become the emperor, then they'll really be immortal kings. This is a responsibility for the people, a consideration for the common people. Actually, I feel that the minister is more qualified to be the emperor. The more Sui Xiaoyan said, the more she felt that it was meaningless. She simply stopped talking. It had to be said that Sui Xiaoyan's personality was actually very silly and straightforward. Especially when she was with Sui Xiaoduo. She didn't notice it when she was with outsiders because she was frozen by her cold temperament and aura. No one noticed it. Besides, she rarely spoke. But when she occasionally opened her mouth, she still revealed her silly personality. She didn't care about anything at all. Strictly speaking, Sui Xiaoyan and Sui Xiaoduo's brain circuits were different from ordinary people's. Yes, so the imperial family is now. Sigh. Jun Changkong looked at Sui Xiaoyan's face after the ice fog filled the air. That kind of cold, unattainable, and graceful beauty made him feel a fire in his heart. He said, Lingyan, actually, until now, I haven't decided on the princess consort. After that, he looked at Sui Xiaoyan expectantly. At this moment, Sui Xiaoyan seemed to have noticed something. She frowned and took out her phone. She saw that there was a message from Sui Xiaoduo on her phone. Although she didn't read it, her heart was already filled with tenderness. Humph, the little dog misses me. He must be up to no good again. Humph, he wants to take advantage of me again, bad dog. She didn't hear what Jun Changkong said at all. Or rather, she didn't pay attention to it at all. This person wasn't important, let alone what he said. She hurriedly clicked on the message. She couldn't help but murmur, Mount Whitehead. Baishan City. Jun Changkong finally couldn't help but ask, Lingyan, what do you think of my future princess consort? What? Fly. Sui Xiaoyan turned her head in confusion and said, Yes, how far is Mount Whitehead from here? How long does it take to fly there? Jun Changkong was also confused. Mount Whitehead. Why did she suddenly mention Mount Whitehead? What does she mean? I'm asking about your opinion of the princess consort. She's not flying to Mount Whitehead. The two of them talked back and forth. They were like chickens talking to ducks. Donkey's lips didn't match the horse's mouth. The inspection here is over, right? It's over for the time being. Although it had only been 2 days since they parted, Sui Xiaoyan had already started to miss him. She was eager to go to Mount Whitehead. I'm talking about Mount Whitehead. Now that Mount Whitehead has been dealt with, it's time to go to Mount Whitehead. There's no report from Mount Whitehead, June Changkong said. I just started talking about the princess consort. It has nothing to do with Mount Whitehead. He was still a little confused. Why did they suddenly talk about Mount Whitehead? Even if there's no report, we can still go and take a look. The Astral Souls continent is full of dangers now. If we just wait for reports, we'll be too passive. Sui Xiaoyan stood up and gave a conclusion. Then, she immediately made a decision. Since there's nothing else, we'll leave tonight. June Changkong was speechless. What I said just now. Sui Xiaoyan had already disappeared. She actually felt that she had already made a decision and it was time to leave. With a whistling sound, Sui Xiaoyan had already issued a summon order and handed over the follow-up matters to the local shield. Then, the 6 of them flew into the sky, leading their own teams into the clouds. She even felt that June Changkong was useless now. The inspection was over, and there was nothing for him to do. So, he should just go and do what he was supposed to do. June Changkong walked out of the room with a gloomy face. He looked at the direction where the team had disappeared into the sky. His usually gentle eyes were now filled with malice. This Suo Lingyan didn't even respond to him. Is she really stupid? Or is she pretending to be stupid? June Changkong didn't know. Sui Xiaoyan wasn't stupid, nor was she pretending to be stupid. She really didn't hear him. Well, even if she did, June Changkong would only feel more embarrassed. June Changkong thought for a long time and still didn't want to give up. This trip was his biggest chance. June Changkong had seen Sui Xiaoyan's status and how she was faintly doted on in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Especially the surname Zhua. As a member of the royal family, June Changkong's imagination ran wild. If she really had something to do with that big shot and became his princess consort. That was simply. Moreover, she hadn't revealed anything yet. He wasn't sure. Even if they had nothing to do with each other, her appearance was already the best in the world. He didn't lose anything. If they really had something to do with each other, then he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. June Changkong packed up and soared into the sky, tailing them. Sui Xiaoduo flew all the way. With the help of the heaven-mending stone, he didn't need to recover his qi. He didn't even need to worry about overloading his body. As a result, his movement speed had reached an unimaginable level. He only felt that the mountains and rivers below him were moving backward. By the afternoon, he had already rushed to the Guangdong region like a rocket. At this moment, Sui Xiaoduo was above the clouds. He looked as far as he could. On the other side of the distant horizon, he could already see the silhouettes of white mountains. He took a deep breath and shot over like a sharp arrow. There were no new messages from Yu Moyan and the others in the group. Even Li Changlong's messages were gone. He was pulled into another group by Li Changlong. In this group, everyone was there except for Yu Moyan and Du Guyan. Obviously, Li Changlong was worried that Yu Moyan and the others' phones would fall into the enemy's hands. Then, their conversations would be exposed to the enemy. Chapter 876. Sui Xiaoduo roared in his heart. Mo Yen, hang in there. You must hang in there. You must hang in there. We're coming to help you. What he was most worried about now was the situation of Yu Mo Yen and Du Guyan. If they were all ready, it would be too late. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu were also running madly, but their position was even further than Feng Hai's group. The other parties were rushing with all their might, and they were at the back. By this time, Li Chenglong had already caught up with Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the others. All of them hurried on with their journey, not saying anything unnecessary. Among the people of the Zhuo group, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already reached the border of the White Mountain. Naturally, he was in the first echelon. However, the second echelon was not made up of Li Chenglong and his group, but Li Zhongming alone. The location of the Dragon Soul High Martial Arts Academy was closer to the White Mountain. Everyone, gather at the foot of White Mountain. We'll take action later. Li Chenglong said in the group, we need to have a plan. Zhuo alone is enough to make some noise. Except for Zhuo, no one else should act rashly. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and Li Zhongming responded after a while, indicating that they understood. Zhuo Xiaoduo was like a sharp arrow, rushing straight into the White Mountain area. He quickly located the direction of White Mountain City and continued to rush without stopping. Yu Moyan's current state was really unbearable. Ever since he rushed out of the main hall, he had been carefully hiding in White Mountain City. Occasionally, when he reached the point where he had no choice but to expose himself, he would make a prompt decision and kill. Umo Yen was very clear. The more people there were searching for him, the safer he would be. Now was not the time to kill, but to protect himself and wait for Zhuo Xiaoduo's arrival. The void transformation stone given by Boss Zhuo was indeed heaven-defying. Sometimes, he would follow behind the people who were searching for him and walk for a long distance without worrying about being discovered. If he really carried out an assassination, he believed that many people in White Mountain City would have died under his sword. However, killing wasn't his goal. Instead, it would expose him. As long as he and Yen were not caught together, the other party would compromise and continue this game of hunting. Umo Yen had already deduced this when the other party had forced him to drink the wine. Umo Yen was a little introverted, but he wasn't stupid. The Two-Winged Heart Sutra was given to him by Teacher Wang. Combining all the things that had happened so far, it wasn't hard for Umo Yen to deduce that the whole thing was a conspiracy. Since the last time they had entered the secret area around Fenghai, when Teacher Wang had given the two of them the Two-Winged Heart Sutra, the plot had already begun. What he said at that time was quite good. Both of you may not be together when you enter the trial together. As long as you have some small achievements in this cultivation, when one of you is in danger, the other will be able to sense it telepathically and rescue you in time. You must practice it well. When Umo Yen and Yen had received it, they both felt that it was a good thing. They didn't stop practicing it and really managed to sense it telepathically. They couldn't help but be grateful to Teacher Wang. Until Teacher Wang volunteered to bring the two of them out for training, but it didn't have any effect. Until Teacher Wang brought the two of them into White Mountain City, and when the cup of wine was placed in front of them. With Umo Yan's willpower and cultivation, when he saw the cup of wine, he felt a strong urge to drink it. However, he was clearly not someone who liked to drink. Thinking back to the past, Umo Yen instantly felt danger. He immediately made a decision to pull out his sword and kill, rushing out of the main hall. Up until now, Umoyan still felt like he was breaking out in cold sweat when he thought about the situation at that time. If his reaction had been 1 second slower, it would have been unimaginable. There was only one thing he didn't understand. Why didn't they directly capture him and force him to drink? If Pu Guanshan had directly attacked him then, he really wouldn't have been able to resist. As for this question, he couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that this kind of wine required the person to drink it willingly to produce the corresponding effect? But if that was the case, even if they captured him now and forced him to drink, what was the use? Umo Yen wouldn't know at all. This was an extremely evil secret technique. It devoured the souls of true spirits of lovers who had reached a certain level of cultivation and talent. As long as the plan succeeded, the devourer would obtain great benefits. As for Yu Moyen and Duge Yen, if they drank it when they were unprepared, their hearts would be filled with happiness, sweetness, longing for the future, and the peace of mind of finally having a partner in life. Under such a state of mind, the effects of the soul of true spirits would be the best, and it would also be the most helpful state. And if they devoured it at this time, the devourer would naturally benefit the most. However, if they were forced to drink it, their mood would be completely different from what they expected. In the end, the effect would be almost non-existent, which was completely against the expectations of the person who set up the trap. Naturally, they would try to avoid it as much as possible. At this moment, Umo Yen was carefully hiding his tracks. In the whole White Mountain City, the only people who could make Umo Yen feel threatened were the four people, namely Feng Wuhan, Feng Wui, Yun Piaoliu, and Yun Piaolai. These four people seemed to have a way to find him. No matter where he hid, these four people could always find the right direction and chase him relentlessly. He wanted to rush out of White Mountain City, but he couldn't do it. The whole city was covered by an inexplicable force. If he wanted to break the cover, he would have to exert his full power. But if he did that, he would be exposed to all the enemies, and there would be no way for him to escape. The whole White Mountain City was full of masters. While he was hiding, Yu Moyen had sensed hundreds of powerful auras. Every single one of them was much stronger than him, much stronger than he was. Over there. In the sky, Yun Piaoliu suddenly appeared, with a small red bottle in his hand, and pointed. That was where Umo Yen was hiding. Umo Yen quietly shifted his position, leaving his original hiding spot. But under Yun Piaoliu's command, Umo Yen couldn't get rid of it. Even though the Void Transformation Stone had perfectly concealed his aura, the other party was still able to accurately pinpoint his every hiding spot. Although he could see Yun Piaoliu's location, he would avoid it immediately, but this situation was extremely dangerous. Umo Yen could guess what was in the red bottle. Every time he thought about it, his heart ached so much that his body trembled. That was Duge Yen-er's blood. Only Yen-er's blood could make him feel it under the enemy's secret method, and thus, the enemy could locate me. If I don't die today, the whole White Mountain City will be destroyed. Umo Yen's heart was bleeding, and an extreme hatred made his whole body burn. Clang! The bell rang. Puguan Mountain's voice suddenly sounded in the sky. All disciples of White Mountain City, gather in the main hall. No one is allowed to stay in the city. Return to the mysterious flying sky, stand in the sky according to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The disciples of White Mountain City in all directions responded to the order and stood in their respective positions. Damn it! Umo Yan's heart suddenly turned cold. He could hide with people's help because of the void-changing stone, but if there was no one in this area, how could he hide? In the sky. Puguan Mountain was wearing a purple cloak, looking graceful. Young Master Yun, what do you think? This is the only way to deal with the void-changing stone. Yun Piaoliu held a small bottle made of an unknown material, and there was blood inside. He smiled and said, but with this woman's heart blood as a guide, that man can't run away no matter what. This is the secret of the cauldron's 2 hearts connection. This man and woman are grasshoppers on the same string. Puguan Mountain said, are you satisfied with these 2 this time? Yes. Yun Piaoliu laughed, very satisfied, no matter if it is talent, cultivation, or temperament, I am very satisfied with them. Although there was an accident during the process, and it was difficult to achieve a perfect result, after capturing this man, we can get an extra void-changing stone, which is a pleasant surprise. On the other side, Feng Wui flew over, Yun Piaoliu, after we capture them this time, how do we divide them? Yun Piaoliu said unhappily, didn't we agree that this pair will belong to me, and you wait for the next pair? Feng Wui frowned and said, but the quality of the next pair will not be as good as this pair, right? Yun Pialiu was furious. We agreed on this long ago. Are you going back on your words now? This time, one for your family, one for our family. Cauldron's two hearts, the soul of a true spirit, is not something that can be easily seen. Let's divide it equally. Feng Wu-yi said, after consuming it, we can use this soul of a true spirit to open up the path to the sky. You want to keep it all to yourself? No way. Yun Pialiu was furious. Feng Wu-yi, this is fate. These two are here now, which means my opportunity is here. We agreed on this long ago, but you want to go back on your words now. You can't do it like this. Feng Wu-hen said, I said, one for each family, we will divide it equally. What is so hard about it, Yun Pialiu? Put yourself in my shoes. If it was our turn, would you let go of such a high-quality soul of a true spirit? Yun Pialiu snorted heavily, but didn't argue. Seeing that the Feng brothers were so persistent, Yun Pialiu had no choice but to agree, all right. But, after the soul of a true spirit is connected, you can't devour it immediately. You have to let me have some fun first. Feng Wu-hen snorted, you are so dirty. Alright, we owe you a favor anyway. We will let you have some fun this time. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.